Hello.
In that artwork, Irene's character's leggings are the shiniest of ever. All the artworks, the super shine, where it's mostly black and it just has the rim light.
Was that intentional? Because I love rim light.
Yeah. I gave you the.
It's because you
rim light
love
as
lubed
clothing.
up leather pants.
Oh yeah.
Who doesn't love lubed up leather pants? I'm sure everyone. Everyone.
Well, we're every day.
Are we live?
Every day. Yeah,
Yes,
we're
we are.
live. Not acting like it, but we are live. Hello, everybody. Hello.
Welcome to episode 50. I hear that we're drinking today. So I thought this had more left in it, but I guess I've been sipping like half this bottle. I got some classic Jägermeister. We went through the whiskey phase, went through the wine phase. We've got to go back to the classic Jägermeister. So yeah, I'm drinking.
You heard wrong. We're not
I
drinking.
am too. What?
Well, half of us are drinking.
Yeah.
No, I'm drinking. So
Reedie's got Jello shots. Jello shots. Very special.
Yeah, I got Jello shots, and I also got some rosé Angry Orchard. I've been good. I haven't drank beer for months, so I'm like, you know what? This is celebratory for the show. I got some Angry Orchard.
You've probably been losing weight because you haven't been drinking beer.
You're probably right. I have lost weight. Let's reverse that right now.
Cut the beer out.
So
I vow to only drink beer at the bowling alley, which I didn't go to yesterday, so I have no bowling score update. But
yeah, your bowling updates. But yeah, that means we've gone full circle. If you're back to Jaeger, that's like about the year of the show. It's like springtime. That means Jaeger for Jake.
I found it. So I think someone made fun of me like, oh, I just found a bottle of Jägermeister. It was a Christmas present, so it's Christmas Jaeger. But yeah, I haven't had it for a while because I went off it, took one sip, and I was like, that's that classic taste.
Speaking of bowling,
I'm not really for that stuff.
I went to my local printer today, and he prints like our prints and bookmarks and a bunch of shit for us. He's printing our ash cans as well right now. But he was talking about bowling. He's like, hey, look, I just got my 800 pin in today. And my buddy sent me a picture of it, and it's a reward pin for bowling in over 800, which you're like, oh, there's only 300 in a game of bowling. So an 800 is 3 games in a single night bowling over 800.
That's badass.
And I'm like, what? That's crazy. So, and he's like, yeah, 300 is regular game. And so he has tattoos around his wrist for every 300 game he's bowled. And then he got his 800, which he bowled like 835 or something.
Yeah. I didn't know people took bowling so seriously.
Yeah, it's like, crazy. He's like, I just go once a week.
You'll talk about loving golf to me. Like, okay, you're not.
If you can do well at bowling, I can imagine there's a sense of pride. Like when I went from complete shit to slightly less shit, I was like, we're onto something here. We can make this happen.
Yeah,
it must be like a coordination thing.
1 week later, didn't even bother going to it.
R.I.P. the Juice. This is real news. This morning, O.J. Simpson passed away. I noticed, and maybe he deserves it. Maybe it's karma, but he is not getting much love at all. And there's lots of flashbacks to the 90s SNL, and Norm Macdonald specifically ripped on him a ton.
Yeah,
and that's why Norm got fired from SNL, because O.J. was friends with like the NBC guy. But so the people are like playing all those clips again. Yeah. But I was kind of thinking, I remember just last year or something, OJ was like doing like little Twitter updates where he talked to his phone. And I thought he was so nice and charming, such a nice, old, gentlemanly athlete. And I appreciated everything he said. I really liked his uploads. I'd always watch him. So I don't even feel like killing is that bad. Like, I'm definitely Team OJ.
I think he probably got all of his rage and anger out of his system in that first murder, and now he's just a nice guy.
Yeah.
It's not like people who are duplicitous and harm people, ever can come across as really nice. And
are we gonna say everyone gets one? Like you get one freebie. You know
what? That's fair. That's fair. If that was just how the law operated, like, we all have pent up issues.
That would be a manga plot. like totally could be a manga plot where you take it really seriously.
Yeah,
Where-
That's
Yeah.
100 bullets, right?
Great comic.
Isn't that 100 bullets? The series?
What?
I
That's the
haven't
plot
read
where
that.
everyone's allowed one murder.
Yeah, isn't that what 100 bullets? I don't know. I never read it. But.
Oh,
Oh,
I never.
yeah.
read
You
I
know,
guess.
that. Why
real
are you
quick-
saying that's what? It is?
Totally.
Because
uh,
you get a suitcase with like 100 bullets in it and something, and then Brian
There's
is
more than 100 people on Earth. Many of wait, it doesn't say the plot.
yeah. FKA says he didn't even get the you get one rule. He got 2 for 1, which is
Oh, yeah.
kind of a lot
got a 2.
harder to defend. I
All right,
guess.
here you go.
It was an accident. Okay.
Well, you get 1 stone. I guess if you're gonna choose to kill 2 birds with it.
So I gotta tell you 2 things real fast. One is David Lynch said specifically that the O.J. Simpson murders inspired his movie Lost Highway, and it's psychological, where he thinks the only way you could live with yourself is by creating a psychological break where it's that guy who did the murder, I'm this guy, and he thinks it would happen like kind of without you knowing it or whatever. So that's what Lost Highway is like, literally about that. But it's like about OJ. And then there's a Japanese movie from the 90s called The Eel. That's an amazing, beautiful movie, but kind of weird. It's weird if you describe it. But it's a guy, his wife cheats on him and he murders her. He almost murders the guy, but he kind of lets him get away. Then he immediately turns himself in. He goes to jail for 20 years. Then he gets out, and then he's like on probation. And it's him kind of getting his life together. And then he definitely has some of that psychological break. He doesn't like discussing the past, but he saves a woman who's committed suicide. He ends up saving her, and she and he become friends, and he kind of gets redemption. But he's like, oh man, 20 years plus like a ton of shit, and then this murderer gets kind of straight up redeemed, more or less. And it's very beautiful, but it's like, man, even that is like, can you get redeemed if you murder someone?
Has that? I mean, I'm more amazed. Has that ever happened? Someone stops themselves from committing a murder? Because all I hear about with watching my white girl true crime shows is like, well, people are like, I might as well carry this through because if you almost murder someone, you're gonna get in trouble anyways. So it's a way to. So you're already going down. Like, has that ever happened?
Tom Tuttle's here, everyone. Tom Tuttle's great. He goes, I do not condone murdering your wife at all, but I understand.
I don't condone it, but yeah.
Tom is, I'm going to use him as an example for one of the things in the slideshow tonight, which the slideshow is just one slide. It's our 50th episode. Have we said that yet? I think we just said that first
50th
thing.
episode.
Yeah.
Maybe.
So we got a special one
Drink-a-sode.
slide presentation about some stuff. Yeah.
We have a slide presentation? That's good.
Mm-hmm.
I'm excited about that.
Mm-hmm.
How was everybody's week?
Oh, it's been a mixed bag. There's been highs, there's been lows. Towards the beginning of the week, I was like blazing through layouts, like rough pencils. And I'm like, this is the best. I'm a genius. And then the last couple of days, I hit a wall and I'm like, oh, fuck, I'm an idiot. I can't do this shit. But it turned out well today. So I'm happy with it. But yeah, that's it. I've been drawing up a storm, sitting on my sofa with my iPad, slowly destroying my sofa. I need to get a new sofa. I sat in the same spot for too many hours, maybe an entire year. And the sofa caved in. Then I went to get like a big piece of wood and shoved it in the sofa. And now the big piece of wood is slowly caving in.
Wow.
So the sofa is the problem.
Sofas are so expensive. Mine is really deep, so I don't want to replace it because it's hard to replace. People can sleep on my sofa and they're like, "This is amazing. I love your sofa." Especially the wood part, the giant plank of wood. It makes it. Really fun.
The giant wood that you sit on all the time.
Yes.
I already had a Jello shot, so I'm a little loosened up.
Where do you get
Next
I
time you do
apologize.
the Jello shot, you got to do it on camera. Jello shots, I
yeah.
have nostalgia
On
for
camera.
Jello shots.
Did you make them or did you buy them?
No, I just bought them. I went to get. Oh yeah, I already said I went to get beer.
I want
I
to
know,
live
but
vicariously
next time I'll
through
make
your
Jello
Jello
shots.
shots.
Are you going to like
If
a
I could
party?
live on
or
a diet of
something?
just Jello shots, I would
This
do
is
it.
the party.
The party's
Phil.
right here. You really think I have other friends to party with, Phil? Please.
Fair enough.
Dangrosilla says just sit on the other side. Oh, I did. The same thing is happening to the other side. I thought I'd give the other side a rest. Plus, that's the side that sucks. That's the side that reflects the window on the TV. I can't deal with no.
You
I
need,
can't
like,
watch
some
a
memory
film with a
foam.
giant rectangle over the screen.
Everybody, you need to sign up for Connell the Barbarian so Jay can buy a sturdier sofa.
Do it. Do it.
will
It's gonna be fucking
Stand
sweet.
the toils it has put through.
I am so happy with the new pages. I'm so fucking happy. The old layouts were okay, and they had some good material in them to do something with. The new pages, the rough pencils are fucking amazing. And I am saying, I don't care. I don't usually say that. I usually be all self-deprecating. I'm so happy with these fucking pages.
That's
They're
good.
Sign
It's
up.
good. I
Sign
can attest. It's very dynamic. You guys should all sign up for Carnal. Very well
Yes.
done.
For me too, I've started trying to do a short film. I'm working with 2 actors, and one is like a real actor. The lady, she's really nice, and she helped us all with a warm up on the first day we tried to shoot some stuff, and what the warm up is that everyone has to like kind of stretch and stand, and you have to say red leather, yellow leather.
Yeah,
Is
how
a
old is
warm
this
up? Is the
lady?
warm up the vocal warm up?
Yeah, I found out this is what they say at Juilliard. Red leather, yellow leather. I'm like, it sounds like a psycho killer thing. Red
Is
leather,
she in her
yellow leather.
60s?
Yeah.
Okay, that makes sense then.
You've heard of that before, Phil, right?
Yeah, of course. It's an
Is it-
acting thing.
Fellow performing arts
Diction.
aficionado.
Diction. Yeah, our theater director would have us do stupid stuff like that.
You did theater? I didn't know that.
Yeah, I'm a certified thespian.
Nice.
What?
Drop the L on that one.
We have so many film people. That's
no L.
interesting.
Just
A
for
lot of film
stage.
people in comics.
They did this like really like. I guess the word you use to describe it is queer. Like a queer. It's the only word.
Well, we
that
already
comes to
knew
mind.
that about you, Phil. You don't
Yeah,
need to-
like no, there's a weird queer like candle ceremony for this like thespian society. I don't know, it was weird. Kind of blacked it out.
weird candle
Weird.
ceremonies.
Yeah, they had to like hold
You joined a whole society.
blow
I
out
only,
the
went,
candle.
I only went as far as high
What
school
are they-
plays. I never
they-
made
it's
took
like-
that seriously.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like you're an altar boy, and they have their Catholic
Yeah.
priests and-
Yeah, it was odd. But yeah, red leather, yellow.
I still can't believe you never played "I Love You, Honey," Phil,
I
in
love
your drama
you.
lessons.
No. No, was that your improv thing that you did?
No. Everyone stands in a circle, and you have to run up to someone and say "I love you, honey," however you want, in order to make them corpse. So, as long as you make them laugh or make their face make corpse, break character or whatever, you win and they suck. And I would always win because I would just do giant, very high pitched opera ladies singing "I love you, honey" that I would sustain for until they fucking smiled.
Nice.
Yeah, I had a tough time getting girlfriends.
Makes sense.
Mhm.
Yeah. So, but that's cool that you're doing that short movie thing and you're working with older women.
Yeah, I was really nervous because I am kind of learning as I go, and then like they're like sort of more or less real actors, so you're kind of fighting self-sabotage and that kind of stuff. But I like did some due diligence, and I kind of showed up ready with a plan, and they were like, "Yeah, we don't know our lines," and I was like, "Oh, I'm not nervous anymore, so that's good." Like, okay, we're just gonna rehearse. So we just rehearsed the first. I mean, we rehearsed before that too, because that's one of the. I have a few things I'm trying to do. I'm like, I want to definitely rehearse a lot because I remember all the lessons learned about working with on some films in the past that end up being terrible. And
Yeah.
one of them is you don't rehearse enough or whatever.
Mm.
So some of that comes up in the presentation today.
And this is something you wrote?
Yeah, I wrote something. It was meant to be like a short film at first, but I made it longer and longer, and because it's the idea being it's something that I can actually shoot just with 2 actors,
Yeah.
kind of in a room or whatever. Where those ideas are hard to think of in general. So this one, if I can ever think of, it's like that's kind of my main challenge that I enjoy with my writing in general. Is like I usually do one and then the other. So I'll do like a big budget one. And I try to do a low budget one, but they're like very challenging, hard to think of. But
Sure. That's cool.
Irene got all dressed up, so I'm gonna try and dress up too. Your
I'm
dress
That's
is-
my Pablo Romero shirt.
oh, nice.
you
wearing
sure?
it. You're wearing a color that isn't black. That's classed as dressing.
Yeah. No. I was like, you know what? I'm gonna buy a nice shirt on Amazon. It's not black. It feels weird. I'm like, am I me? But yeah.
Alex VRB says my movie is called Narwhal's Gilf Angels.
How would that go? How would that go?
Oh yeah, they're all in their 60s.
What missions would you send the Gilfs on, Narwhal?
I don't know.
I don't know.
Well, you know, another thing is like one thing is I couldn't even cast it. Like I basically cast it as like the two people who agreed to even do it in the first place. But there was a few people that I said no to because they couldn't even act or whatever. But so these two first people who could even act, I say yes to. The guy, one of the only guys who even like auditioned or whatever, and he's morbidly obese. Not at all how I pictured the character. He's diabetic. Has mobility issues, and like we had the first day of shooting. He's supposed to have these giant hiking boots on, and the wife is supposed to like subserviently take them off. And he's like, my feet are too swollen. I can't put the boots on. And I'm like,
this is an actor that you hired?
Yeah.
He got the diabetes.
Yeah, so I told him I'm rewriting the entire script to have him in a wheelchair the whole time now. but then he's like, wheelchair, it has to be rated for plus 400 pounds. It has to be a heavy duty wheelchair.
How did you find this person?
Well, he was the only guy who applied. And he's a good guy. Like, we're becoming friends. But it's like, this is the reality is he's, got some issues or whatever.
He sounds like, ask him if he's ever struggled with gout.
Oh, yeah. Maybe you guys can powwow about that.
Give us some top tips how to avoid it.
My dog wants to leave.
Yeah.
Tired of hearing about your fetus.
Rainy Mike Coon is looking good.
Thank you. I've taken good care of him. I mean, not really. I decorate him and then force him to put up with psychological torture.
So, it sounded better when you got under it.
Get under. I had
here?
Ooh, that sounds better.
I'm supposed to. Yeah, I'm supposed to. I never actually speak in the direction that I'm supposed to do this. So is this better?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Look what I just got hours ago. Boxes arrived.
Diabetes? Oh no, books.
Yeah, nice.
I didn't get diabetes. Yeah, the books are here. I have like 21 boxes of books. Both of the covers. We're just still waiting on the ash cans now from the local printer. So that'll be quick, but they look great. They have the extra final page in the book. It's got all of the concept art in the back so you guys can see from some amazing artists you guys probably know and love. So freaking sweet. And the colors look great, just like they did on the proofs. We got the barcode. I cut down the synopsis on the back. We got a back pull quote as well, which I'm super excited about. People checking that out. And yeah, we're going to start shipping hopefully by the end of next week. We get those ash cans in. So it was crazy today. The UPS updated me and they're like, all right, it's 9:45 a.m. Your packages are out for delivery. And they didn't get here until like 6:30 p.m. So I was just like checking back every hour, like, where the freak is this guy? It was like,
that's
I know that feeling.
Yeah. So it's super cool. And then tomorrow, Bisley signed all his copies over at Jake's house, and they're going to be picking them up from over there. So yeah, those are going to be on their way this weekend as well. So freaking full force fulfillment is right around the corner. And I can't wait for people to dive into these. I want to show this off too, because I did like little chapter spacers in the book and dressed them up like cover. I don't know if I could. It's not really a spoiler. I'll do this one. Isn't a spoiler. So I dressed them up like if they were like comic covers. So I did like the Crimstone's back dressing with the names down here. So there's like little chapter breaks just with cool pinups. One from Ricardo. Preston Acevedo did one. This one is from Matt Dalton, who did the. We also put it as the back cover here. So badass wastoid, jazz action. So if these ever do get like split up into floppies, we could actually have covers that we could use for them. So super cool. Thanks for
Does
everybody.
Wastoid ever drink copious amounts of alcohol and/or drugs?
Yeah, probably. He's a smoker too, so he smokes cigarettes in the book.
Oh,
So
you
he,
don't see him.
so he
doing-
does get wasted.
Well, yeah, definitely. And in fact, well, I don't want to spoil it, but you see him injecting himself with stuff as well. So I guess he does do drugs. He smokes,
Yeah,
and
he's a true wastoid.
he's a wastoid for sure. Those
That's what you gotta call druggies. Instead of calling him like a wreckhead, you gotta call him fucking wastoids. You fucking wastoid.
Well, that's where we got
Oh,
the
that's
name.
terrible.
It's from Ferris Bueller's Day Off. When
nice.
the secretary to the principal's office, she's like, "Yeah, everybody loves them. The jocks, the goths, even the wastoids." And I'm like,
oh shit!
that's
It's
awesome.
a real thing. That's
Yeah.
great.
That's funny.
That's what
Copyright
that's
issue.
cool.
Real quick, Ellie Munoz, he goes, Mike Coon will become a real boy when it survives 1,000 Greeny Rees. I can picture that being like a comic, like, we can finally make him real. We can find out what he's been wanting to say this whole time. And he becomes real.
Oh,
And what are his first words? And he goes, kill me.
Instead of 100 bullets,
Oh
it's
my
1,000 rees.
Yeah.
Oh, I should do that. I should do that as my first mini comic, like what you did, Narwhal, to go with.
Yeah.
Free.
That would fit in a
Mike
mini
Coon. Yeah, Mike Coon suffering.
Becoming Mike Coon.
That's funny
Yes.
too. That title.
Pinocchio Mike Coon. Speaking of fiendish, you guys want to see something cool?
Mm-hmm.
Dun dun dun.
I don't think we were speaking of fiendish. Just
Yeah, no one was speaking. Of what are you talking about?
I was.
She should have
I
said, speaking
was.
of
We were
me."
talking about Mike Coon.
Yeah.
I said
completely
with-
Oh, no.
different.
I
It's
said
said
with
with
Fiendish
bonus
3.
You're
Yeah,
right,
I'm
you're
not talking
right.
about you guys. Not everything is about you. I'm talking about me. I mentioned my book. Can I do that? Thanks.
No, I thought the same thing. No,
I said with Fiendish 3, I was going to have a mini comic. You know what? All of you are fired from the show, even though it's not my show. Anyways,
button.
God. Look at this.
Oh yeah.
That is freaking rad.
Nice.
Looks great.
That's so cool. Is that just one, or you, like a proof, or what? What
This
are we
is a
doing here?
proof. I have 2 actually, but the other one's already out my bag.
That's so cool.
Yeah, it's great. Here's the pendant. So here.
Pull it back a
Cool
bit.
too. You do like a little necklace with that. That's badass.
Yeah. So I'm going to I bought some like red string because this is Casimir's pendant, and it's these 2 symbols are the sigils of 2 gods in the story, and it's story relevant. It's kind of this item that'll show up throughout the story. All the Fiendish books. So here's a replica of it. The final will have a matte coating because this is like really shiny and silvery, right? I want it to look a little more rustic. But yeah, this is a pendant you can wear. I'm going to ship it with some red string so you can string it yourself and it'll look just like what Casimir wears. And if you ordered the Indiegogo campaign, you'll get this. And I'll have these up on the store as well because these are they're not campaign exclusive. You just get it for a discount if you back the campaign. But here's the so what I did with 2.5 is this is the Fund My Comic, and this is the Indiegogo tchotchke. So there's 2 items, and the pin is going to be iterated some more because this looks good, but I want to see if I can make it better here. Like this looks fine, but I want to try and see if I can make those flat pins like Jake you mentioned. So I asked them, they can give me a sample of that look, and it'll be more expensive, but if it looks better, then I might go with it. It probably will look better. It's more about like, can I fucking afford it, because this is huge. Like this thing is this is almost 3 inches tall.
They are. I'm sure they aren't that much more expensive. I love flat polished pins, but I see a lot of I didn't want to say anything because some people like raised line ones. A lot of the raised line ones I see is people who don't really make pins or collect them.
No, I do. Like, hold on. Let me show you guys another pin I have. I really do like the raised line ones. Hold on.
Yeah, I didn't want to get all... See, it's a raised line pin! Wait, is that a raised line pin, Phil?
Is that who I think it is? That's your boy.
I'm your Huckleberry.
Yeah, nice.
He's got a... Let me see. I got a bunch of these freaking things. He has a cup with him.
I saw like a little 1 minute video on YouTube about Val Kilmer. He said he really wanted to be in a Stanley Kubrick movie, and he would always send Stanley Kubrick videos of himself acting, and Stanley didn't never would respond and really thought he was a bad actor. I guess, which I feel sorry for him. I was like, I think he's a good actor.
Great comic book hillbilly.
Hold on.
No, yeah, no, I look.
Hold on,
yeah.
I got more.
Will it show?
God damn, now I want to show my pins.
I don't know what Narwhal is doing. Ah! Here we go. Oh yeah, here.
Oh, there you
So
go. So
here's
that's a little more
a.
flat.
No, this is also
That one's
the
raised
line.
line.
She's got
Yeah.
large areas of metal, but they're still raised lines.
Yeah. So I
That's
was told
cool.
the difference is if you have a lot of detail, which my pins usually have a lot of detail, it's better to do the raised line ones. But I told them to do a test anyways to see if we can do it. And if we can, then I'll get this one like flat and polished. But yeah,
Yeah, but does yours spin?
sure, it looks good.
Does yours spin like this one?
No,
that
not
a-
that cool, Phil.
Is that a tin of whiskey or something?
Yeah, it's from when you spin in the cup in Tombstone.
I don't remember.
Oh my! It's the most
Not
famous.
cool
scene.
enough.
Dango Solis says, Jake, you do an X, a blue X, or X pins. I would love to do millions of pins. I'll try my best to do a pin on.
Yeah, I'd like to do pen.
I feel like-
How
You know what?
viable is it? Like financially?
Very, very viable. I mean, look, when we went to Tampa, I was giving away my I took pins to give away. I did my Hyper Wizard little hedgehog heads. I don't have any on me right now. They were tiny. But
It's
yeah,
not that
like
expensive, really. And
they're-
like
I love them.
Jake, I know Jake has. So wait till you guys. I feel like Jake is gonna have so many products for Carnal. It's gonna be. That's his thing. Trust me, you guys are gonna be flooded with products and tchotchkes. But like, pins are not. They're not super pricey, and I know a factory in Taiwan. I mean, so if you guys want a connection, I can always recommend it. Or you can go to somewhere in China land, but I don't do that. I produce
You know
my
what?
products in Taiwan.
You know what you should sell, Jake? Is sheepskin condoms, carnal sheepskin condoms.
Carnal condoms are honestly the something you have to do. I have a
You
cards
have to?
against. Yeah. I've got a Cards Against Humanity condom which says on it "Condoms Against Humanity" from PAX Prime 2012.
Which they kind
Like-
of all condoms kind of are. if you
They're
think about
against
it.
humanity.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, less so than like an abortion, but you
Yeah.
know.
Wow,
Well, that got dark quickly.
Bob Jake.
Yeah.
There, a lot of my presentation today is about abortions.
Oh, great, good segue there.
Great. Right on topic.
I real teed it up. But no, I'd love to do a million pins. You know what? I might put something like that because everyone knows Going to Heroes. I'm doing a preview book of Connell. It's gonna have the first 16 pages of rough pencils and the equivalent pages of like old layouts in it. This is like the PDF I've been putting together. It's gonna have a bunch of extra stuff in it too. So sign up at connellcomic.com to find out about this book. You'll get something. I think anyone who signs up and gets the book, I'm gonna mark up the book. Like do a remark for
Remark,
the
yeah, hell yeah.
yeah.
What's that third one there where he's like a ball?
Yeah, let's not talk about that, Phil. So, this is one of the sections in the book. This is like I did a bunch of sketch cards for the character designs a while ago, and like all of the sketch cards of the male blocks and the female blocks, they're all going to be in there. I've got some like old art pieces and stuff, even a bunch of the Michael Rushbrook pieces. He's letting me put them in too. So sign up. This is a preview book I'm doing. It's going to have the first bunch of pages in. I'll put like a hat on the campaign too, and if I might do the pin, you know,
Nice.
that could be. I fucking love pins, and now you made me think of pins. But yeah,
Pins.
so
Yeah. Who do you use for pins?
So I use a website called Made by Cooper, which is like really consumery, and so it's relatively expensive. Like I would much rather go for your factory. But like, and it takes
Yeah.
like 3 months. Like, if I wanted to do one right now to take 2 heroes, I don't think I'd be able to get it done in time.
Well, it's because
Maybe-
Cooper makes them, and
They-
Cooper makes all of
By
them.
hand.
He's
They
one
make-
guy.
yeah. They definitely, this UK company definitely makes the pins themselves and doesn't just act as a middleman for a Chinese.
It totally
factory.
doesn't outsource
Oh,
to
my
China. You know, if you want to not support communist land and have a quicker turnaround, because my factory turns around in like 2 to 3 weeks.
Wait.
Come talk to me.
Wait. I could then. Wait, if I can get him in like a couple of weeks, I could design a pin, have it both on the campaign. I'm doing 100 copies of this book. 50 of them I'm taking with me. 50 going to the campaign. I could get 100 pins, do the same thing. Maybe I could put the pin and the book together. Who knows? But yeah, right now the book's 68 pages. It's stupid.
That's crazy.
It's
That's
How is that a
awesome.
preview book?
it's gonna have. I know, but
Honestly-
like, it's gonna have all the character designs in it though, and like a bunch of concept art. Is that stupid, Phil? Am I being an idiot?
No, I know it's amazing.
No.
I mean, it depends
You're-
on what you sell it for, if you're an idiot or not.
I
No,
think that this is a
Can I buy
smart
one?
idea.
Can people buy
Yes.
one if they're not going?
Hyping people up for the book is
I'm
you're like
running a
putting out a
campaign.
world building sketch thing first. Sorry. I think it's
Yeah. So first 16 pages of rough pencils, the equivalent pages in rough layouts. All the character designs I've done so far. Fan art. There's a Dan Plagle's giving me a scan of his piece that he did. He's
Nice.
letting me put in it. I've still got to ask if I can put the Power Roderick's piece in this. But yeah, get excited. I'm only doing 100 of them. I'm taking 50 of them with me to Heroes Con, and I'm going to put the other 50 up on an Indiegogo campaign that's happening at the exact same time as the con. So yeah, get excited. Sign up. Anyone who signs up and gets it on the campaign, I'm remarking it for free, because that's what you would get at a convention. Do you know what I mean? So like,
Yeah.
what can you do that's equivalent of the con and the campaign? Free remark. So there we go. Do that as long as you sign up.
So cool, dude. Yeah,
I'm not going to show
The
any more
Heroes
pages
Con.
though.
It's Father's Day weekend in June, is that right? And
Yeah.
I'm gonna be there. Jay's gonna be there. It's gonna be a party. I'm gonna have all 3 Fiendish books so far, which is so exciting to be working on this for so long. I have so much material. It's cool. But yeah, it's a really good show. If you guys can make it to North Carolina, come hang out.
Mhm.
Oh, and before we
No
start the
presentation.
show- but before we start, I think I only have like $50 until I break 42,000 on the Lost pages. So if anyone hasn't backed, we're starting fulfillment probably next week. So check that out.
Nice. You'll get a pretty big boost as it's fulfilling, because then you'll
Yeah.
get like readers and stuff. That's cool. It's a good idea to fulfill while it's still available.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, and since we started, I got 3 backers on Grand Prix, which is high because it's been slow. So 3, a little burst there.
Awesome.
So I appreciated everyone who
Fantastic.
backed it. Yeah, and tonight let's keep that ball rolling. Get a few more backers in on Grand Prix too. I spent today and yesterday. I've just been lettering it, sending it. It's done. So I sent a lettered copy to get some feedback, making some tweaks. Today I was working on the previously page to kind of catch you up in the beginning, and then tomorrow I got to do the next time on Grand Prix kind of page thing. And the covers are all done, so yeah, it's pretty. It could go to print tomorrow, but I'll probably wait another week or 2. I'm going to send it to an editor, keep polishing it a little bit here and there.
Hell yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Get it out there.
Yeah. So here's the one. This is the only slide for the night. The whole show is one slide.
What is the real slide?
What's the topic? Oh, Conjuring, Conjecture.
Well, it's only called
Conjuring
that.
demons.
Yeah, I ran out of space because I started saying narwhals and I'm like, I ran out of space. What the hell do I say here? And so I wrote Conjuring
erase
for
it.
some reason.
I guess that could work.
No controls.
It should be conjuration. I like how instead of just let's go back and erase it, he's just like, let me shorten the word.
Yeah.
That'll work. That's an adjective.
The Conjuration Conjecture sounds like a good name for a film.
That does sound kind of cool, but a little long.
Yeah,
Yeah.
everyone will be like, "Have you
Anyways.
seen that film, The Conjure whatever connection?"
This
Conjure
looks like a
connection?
middle school instruction on how to summon a demon, like the whole pentagram and the conjure and fucking gargoyle in
Yeah,
the
what is
corner.
this?
I'm like, ooh, so everybody learn to summon monsters.
Is this
Yeah.
satanic?
I'm gonna get my wizard
Satanic,
staff.
guys.
Yeah. So this is a little bit for our 50th episode. This is even a slightly different format where these 5 things, they could each get their own slide. It could be a 5-show thing, but they're not exactly connected, but there's little ways where they might connect. So it's like 5 little mini topics to kind of just chit chat about. And I have some examples I could explain to you guys some aspects of it. The biggest one is the question, because that, I don't know if we've covered that yet, but I realize that's kind of a big part of storytelling is like, you kind of have I guess, they can call it like intrigue or whatever, but you have a question that the audience really wants answered. And that's why they have to keep reading or keep watching because they just need to know the answer to this question, whatever it might be. And it can be as simple as like, will they or won't they survive or hook up? It can be like those kind of will they, won't they kind of thing. It could be a murder mystery, but there's a lot of other things it could be, and you'd be surprised. And when I started thinking of examples, I'm like, yeah, when you get to some kind of specific weird examples, and they're like, you can feel like, oh yeah, that is like kind of powerful. A good way to approach story writing potentially.
With the question. Now, are you familiar with the DC superhero character, The Question?
Not really. Only through you, I think. I know he has a big question mark on his face.
No, he doesn't. He has no face.
Oh yeah.
So he's like the inspiration for Rorschach from Watchmen. He's a Steve Ditko character.
The mystery about me is what does my face look like?
Yeah,
Yeah.
He's like a paranoid
sounds like-
detective, conspiracy theorist. Pretty great portrayal in the Justice League cartoon, but I digress.
Where the
Yeah.
fuck is my smoke machine button? I'm trying to make this episode 50 special.
You
You're
gotta
gonna
plug it
blaze
in.
down with some.
It's
Watch
plugged
him
in,
just
but-
like set off his smoke alarm, like nuke his house with chemicals.
You mean like you did? I'm not gonna make fucking mustard gas.
No. I need to wish the same fate upon. Well, actually, no, that's
Man.
horrible. I wouldn't wish that.
Mustard
That's
gas in a
actually
smoke
really
machine.
dangerous.
It's like,
Yeah.
oh my
Don't
god,
wish that.
Doc, you put mustard gas in a smoke machine? I hit my head on the toilet
Guys.
morning and I thought about putting
Guys.
mustard gas in a smoke machine.
Don't mix bleach and what is it? Fucking vinegar. That literally creates mustard gas or some chloride gas or some shit. Don't do it.
Oh, that's
will-
good.
It will probably kill you.
Yes, you.
I like
wait, yeah,
advice
no-
that helps me not kill myself. I try to
Yeah,
remember that.
yeah. I would like everyone to stay alive.
Here it is.
Yeah.
Don't be like me. Don't be an idiot.
She nearly
By
killed
the way-
herself.
Jake or Alex says, Jake, define conjure for us. Rate the poignancy.
Oh, my dyslexia. I read that super chat ahead of time, and I thought you said define conjecture. Conjure what? To make shit up, to bring about, to conjugate.
Yeah,
don't
what
know.
is
Conjugate.
conjugate's
Something.
different than
Conjugate's, yeah,
conjugal.
different than conjure.
Isn't conjugate boinking?
Conjugate's when the word conjugate's cancelled
No,
and then it
that
doubles
is
down and
something too.
says that's what,
Consummate is boinking.
Oh, everybody define a conjugate as boinking.
That's going on the meme, I bet. That's your quote.
Yeah. Yes.
We know
Starting
Alex
early.
now. We know enough to like predict these things, unless something better comes up. But.
he's like sending super chats in order to give him something to put in the meme.
Yeah, definitely.
He's like, I gotta get these guys on the right foot to begin with.
Yeah. So going down, so there's the question, which I kind of want to spend the most time on that one potentially. We'll see. Even I almost want to hear how long we can talk about that. But then commit to the bit. Commit to the bit is your boy Zachism. He said it on his channel for a while since the beginning days, but he's kind of said it to me in emails here and there too. It's like one of his like writing philosophies. Yeah, and there's ways that
farting.
yeah, Jake's all gassed up.
It's like boom.
Episode 50, motherfuckers. We gotta go
Nice.
big. We gotta commit to the fucking bit.
That is,
Yeah,
that
I'm-
is, yeah.
I'm conjuring some fucking smoke right now. Or
Yeah.
I guess fudge.
All right, we gotta dress up. I'm gonna do the get up. We haven't worn hats in a while. Let's go.
Nice.
Yes.
Jake,
Bring
you
back.
should define commit to the bit, because this is one we could definitely multiple definitions and argue about.
Commit to the bit
Yeah.
is if you have like a comic about a guy with a shape-shifting dick, you've got to put at least one crazy dick transformation in each story. Like you've got to commit to it. You can't shy away from it. Like whatever you're gonna do the biggest fucking version of it. If you're gonna make like a parody of something, you've really got to go too far. Like committing to the bit goes hand in hand with find the line, and find the line means go too far in order to find what is too far. Otherwise, you'll tiptoe towards the fucking line. You'll spend forever doing it, and you'll maybe never even figure it out. So
I like that too. I could write that at the
how
bottom.
would you define commit to the bit?
It's like it's what you're saying. It's like it's a form of focus and it's a form of exaggeration. But I put with exaggeration, I put nuance because that's like a kind of separate thing. But I have noticed that I do love exaggeration. But you can imagine where it would be really bad if everything's exaggerated. It's like terrible. But when you exaggerate just like one thing, that is awesome.
Right. That creates a contrast and impact.
Yeah.
Contrast and impact. That's our show motto.
Yeah, and that kind of goes with the focus, and the exaggeration. And then I wrote this second draft. Like both these things are things you'd find in the process of writing, which is kind of fun, especially the question. If you're in the process of committing to the bit, so say you're like redrafting, you know a little bit more about what your story's about. Like if it's about the transforming dick or whatever, so you're like fitting even more transforming dick type stuff, you know?
So I literally am doing this right now, not about the dick. Like it's like the question is like, what is the main problem in the story? It's like in a focused movie, every scene is like orientated around that question. So if the main problem is blokes are invading the forest, everything kind of has to orientate around them being a problem. It can't be like, oh, a bad bloke goes and does something bad, and then a different scene happens. It's like, no, the next scene, they kind of have to be talking about what's going on with the blokes. They can't just do something randomly different. It's like it has to you have a central fucking line that's going all the way through the story, and everything like becomes like the magnetic field around that one central line, I guess.
That's true. That's kind of
go ahead,
revolving. Brady. Yeah, sorry. I was just thinking that this works for comedy. Committing to the bit is that's a really good rule for humorous stories, but that doesn't only apply to humor because it kind of this ties into the way I approach world building, and I literally have a thing where I'll tell myself committing is what's important. So if I decide that in this world dev are oppressed, well, I'm going to commit to that. I'm going to show that. I'm not going to pull my punches. It's going to be they really are treated like lesser than humans, and I'm not going to be all ninny about it because that's committing to your world building, and that adds immersion. And if you decide this is your theme, then you commit to it. So, and every side story, every chapter has something that it revolves around, and those are the thematic centers of my story, and that's also committing in a way. So it's not just a humor thing. I think it's a good storytelling rule, and it helps the readers to understand, like, you have a focus to your story. It's not just shit happening. It's I have a point. This is what the story is about, and the readers are immersed because you're not contradicting yourself. Like, oh, I mentioned that this is a really dangerous mountain forest area, but then the next scene it's not like that. It's super safe and they're frolicking around and there aren't bandits anymore, and then the next scene it just flip-flops. That breaks immersion. So commit. Like that
as well, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's like if the idea is that Dave are oppressed, you can explore that idea from multiple angles too. So like committing to the bit might be like, yeah, well, you're showing it from the position of being oppressed, but you can show it from the position of being the oppressor too.
For sure,
that's
yeah.
like really getting into the nitty gritty of exploring that idea, kind of.
And different levels of oppression too. Like you could have someone who's like really heavily like taken advantage of or like beaten up or run into the ground. But you could probably have like some couple that's living in a cabin in the woods where they think they're away from society, and it's like a human actually having a loving relationship with a dev, and
Oh,
she
yeah.
isn't like she's treated as an equal. You know what I mean? Like to create the contrast.
For
Yeah.
sure.
Yeah, there are different levels to this, because if you don't have nuance with these societal issues, then it comes across as comical, and I think that's obviously, I think that's a problem with a lot of media now, where it's just surface level. It's really comical. Oh, the bad guys, they're fascist or whatever. Oh, but it's a comical surface level representation of it. No, you should commit to what it really was like. Do your research. Put yourself in the shoes of both the rulers and the oppressors, because there's a lot of nuance to these situations. And having that nuance doesn't mean you take away from that interpretation that, well, the dev being oppressed and being enslaved is morally wrong, or well, these this like oppressive government is somehow morally wrong, if you know what I mean. It's depicted in a nuanced way, because I think what's important to remember is people can logicalize themselves into doing horrible things, and they don't realize they're doing horrible things. So if you portray these really drastic and oppressive societal situations in that way, it's believable.
Yeah, that's cool.
What would do you have like any examples of if Zach has mentioned this to you, like when you're working on something with him? Like in what kind of situation would he bring this up in?
Well, yeah, I'm trying to remember. He'll say it in his videos, which aren't about me and him working together, and I'm trying to even think of what that would be. But it would be an example where they're doing something, and yeah, they aren't even doing it to the level where they're like committing to the bit or whatever. But
Sure,
and
kinda
just
just
the
like-
idea that if you know you have a bit, that level of focus of, because it can be a theme or a motif, like, or like something you're going for, to
Yeah.
even be that aware of what you're trying to do can be like a good place to be with your story. And it can apply to characters, and stuff like that too. Like a character, if they serve a role in the story, you can make them more like that, rather than
It
less.
sounds like finding the strongest version of whatever you want to do. Like if someone lives in a treehouse, they don't just live in a poxy little treehouse. Like you would make it a huge tree that has like a bunch of different corridors in all of the branches and different rat runs and rooms. You know what I mean? Like maybe there's like a boat stuck in a tree that's like part of the house, instead of like, oh, it's just a small one-room tree.
Sure. I think it's like, sometimes maybe creators forget how much freedom we have in storytelling, and especially in comics, and how much you can embellish and, maybe extrapolate and make or exaggerate is the word I'm looking for, exaggerate situations. And, that I feel pumps more creativity into a lot of scenes, especially because it's a visual medium. Comics should be exaggerated.
Yeah, that's not just
It's like-
comics, but fantasy. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah,
No, go on. I'll save my examples.
definitely.
I was just gonna mention that that was a good point, that exaggeration suits comics, but just fantasy in general, because George R. R. Martin quote I really like is he was mentioning how the wall in Game of Thrones was inspired by Hadrian's Wall, but Hadrian's Wall is like this rickety little stone thing that's just like, there be Scots, but taking that feeling of, well, this is what it felt like to be at the edge of the known world to a Roman soldier back in those days, and extrapolating that and heightening it into a fantasy world. You have this 700-foot tall ice wall that is a fantasy in a fantasy world, and everything in fantasy and in fiction can be exaggerated. It's reality, but mirrored and exaggerated and heightened, so the themes come to the forefront more, and that can show through in comics and in any sort of storytelling. I think if you remember that, then your story comes into focus more, and it's much more memorable, right? You're not just like, nobody wants to see what's out, despite what Hollywood said, nobody wants to see what's right outside your window. Not really, not in fantasy, no.
Yeah, and I can see like in an earlier draft, I could totally see the wall being like 50 feet high or something, and him being like, or if in his early brainstorm or whatever, and he's like, no, it should be higher. It should be like 100. It should be 300. it should be 700 feet high. Like,
Yeah, just make
each
it
time
fucking
forces you to do it.
ridiculous.
Yeah, because it's fun too. Because if you're like the story, it kind of affects the rest of the story how big the wall is, just with like the vibe or whatever. So you're like, is this a story with a 50-foot wall? Well, that's going to change. Then the dragons aren't going to be as crazy, you know, or whatever. It'll be like a little bit more realistic or something. Or is it this a story with a 700-foot wall that's just falls to the wall kind of thing?
It's not even just fantasy and comedy though. Like, say you're doing like a grounded thing where there's like a car chase. Don't just stick to roads. Like, take them on train tracks across bridges. Send them through like fish markets. Like, send the cars. I suppose like it's fucking comedy. When Peter Griffin and Homer Simpson and the Simpsons Family Guy crossover have their fight, they fucking go in the power plant and get really big and turn into giant nuclear monsters. Like, don't just do any old fight. You go crazy with it.
That's a rule that works for comedy, but I think in more realistic fantasy, it still applies. That people just don't do it enough. Like with fight scenes, this is something I'm working on being better at. Where you don't fight scenes that are characters just punching each other harder every round is stupid. Have them use the environment, surprise the reader with everything that they do. Like, are they in a hilly landscape? Well, think of something to like push them down a hill, use gravity, or like, I don't know, pick up a stick, or do something like, I don't know, do you have like an animal pet? Use the animal, do something unexpected and improvise with the environment, with weapons, be creative with your shit talking, and put them in an environment that's also useful, that you can have a lot of things to use that would surprise the reader.
Yeah, and that, you know, when you say that, that reminds me of like Jackie Chan, and I feel like he almost invented that or did that little evolution, and it's like you can picture that too, being like, okay, he knows what he wants to do, so he's like, I want to do action where the environment is cleverly used, and then you're like, okay, well, commit to the bit. Now let's figure out some awesome ways to do that. Like, it's not like you can just like grab a broomstick and start fighting with a broom. It's like we're gonna have way more kind of crazy stuff going on.
Yeah, it's a good example.
Yeah. Dartfield says, "What's up? How's it going, everyone?" Wolfer, guy in
Hello.
his room. Thanks everyone for being here, hanging out. 28 people watching. We all have live campaigns that are, except for Jake, you can sign up for. So everyone keep that in mind. We got mods posting links, but we're just doing it's the 50th anniversary, weekly anniversary of the Creative
For the
Block.
1 year.
Yeah, we're almost.
Like
I guess
ish.
55 is like a year, but 50 is a kind of funner number than 55.
No,
So.
it would have been a year. I'm sure we missed out a couple of weeks. This kind of would be. This, in a way, we could kind of call this the year. 52 would be the year. 52 weeks.
I would
remember
say
that thing with
it's a
fucking
year.
witches.
We missed like 2 or
rolled
3
up-
weeks over the past year, so let's just say this is the 1 year anniversary.
I wanted for the year anniversary to do. I'm gonna do it. I guess I'll take a break from working on my book. I want to do new animations for intro, outro, like second season. You know what I mean?
Season
2. Yeah. I want to do season 2 intros, like Camel always did with Camel Knights, right? He made new intros all the time.
Who?
Mist. You may not have heard of him.
Oh, okay.
The Camel Moon.
Who's that?
He used to stream.
I never heard of him.
We forgot
But yeah,
all
he did-
about it. I don't know this person.
But yeah, I'll get to work on those season 2 intro, outro
Cool.
animations.
I'm
Yeah, that'd
excited.
be awesome. I love that stuff, dude.
So one thing that's come up with, as we're talking about commit to the bit, that I'm kind of realizing, or I want to try and remember, is like part of it is that you know what the bit is in the first place, and if you've done that, then you're like, that's like more than half the battle. That means you have some focus or some idea, some goal with the story. It's very similar to like theme, motif, etc. But it can be for a scene or a story. But if you have that, what we're calling the bit, you know what the bit is, then you can commit to it more.
You almost don't figure out what your bit is until you've done a couple of drafts too.
Yeah, totally.
You just bash it out and then figure out, okay, what is actually the important thing here? What does everything need to be composed around?
Yeah, and that kind of segues with the question. So I feel like one of my kind of thesis statements on the question is that it is not the main question of the story that is the most addictive one. It's usually like within the story, they'll pose multiple questions, and it's usually question 2 or 3 that is the one that really hooks people. Question 1 is like just getting things started a lot of times or whatever. And it might be the big one, Like it's like it's like, will Luffy be the pirate king? That's not why people watch that show. People forget that's even a question a lot of times. And or like any big, I'm trying to think of any example. They kind of start with the big one, just like, will they survive? Even like, will they catch the killer is not even necessarily the best question. But these other questions will come up as the story goes on, and a lot of times this comes from redrafting, where you will feel the chemistry of like that question popping off the page, kind of thing, where you're like, oh, I got a little something here, like this is coming out of nowhere, kind of, and I definitely want to take a look at this and maybe do a redraft and focus more on this aspect, whatever it might be. And this could be a good one to like give it an example. And when I was saying Tom Tuttle, that's a first one. There are a few I can think of, a couple from my work, a couple from people I've been working with here and there. And with Tom Tuttle, I'm just like a sort of, I don't know if he's an editor or whatever, but I just kind of he's been developing a script. I've been reading it, giving him a little bit of feedback here and there. And I asked him if I could use his story as an example, and he said yes. So his is like about a guy chasing down his wife across the barren wasteland. It's like a Western. He's like a cowboy. He's chasing her down because she's become a vampire, and he's gonna like probably kill her. And that's almost like, this is like one question, will he get her? Will he kill her? These are like questions. But the question that came up from it was there in like the second draft, I think, but it wasn't even fully like, and that was one where I said to him, I was like, this is like the awesome question. Like, you should redraft it and make this a little bigger. But the question is, when his wife left him, he starts chasing her. She left with a vampire. Did the vampire turn her into a vampire and then she left, or did she leave and then get turned into a vampire?
Yes.
So that's the question. So the question, all of a sudden you're like, yeah, is this guy, what's fun I realized too is it implies, it affects the entire story almost, because it's like the main character is either kind of like a creepy loser almost, or he's like a heroic badass.
Right.
And you don't know until you know the answer to that question. And
yeah, why does he want to kill her? It's like, maybe she's running off and having a better life. Maybe she's totally into it. Maybe they're like, yeah, let's be fucking vampires together. That's gonna be sick. And he's like, I need to kill
What
her.
if she took a kid? They had a kid and she has a kid. That'd be a great reason.
Yep. Yeah. All these things are good feedback, and some of them may or may not be already kind of in the cooking or whatever. But it is a fun story that Tom Tuttle's working on. But it was fun being part of that process and seeing that question come up, because I feel like you can feel it. Like, and you guys, even your reaction, I feel like sort of supports it. It's like, it's the difference between, like, because you can think of questions like, a lot of questions honestly don't work as good as you might think. This is when I was on a movie set once. The movie ended up totally sucking. It was a short film, but I remember the director, who's a good guy and we're kind of friends, but he was kind of explaining stuff as we're going to kind of keep everyone pumped up. So he's like explaining like why it's going to be intriguing, why it's going to be good, why people are going to like it, why this is entertaining, etc. And a lot of it is based around these questions. He's like, see, nobody's going to know who that guy is in the shadows. People will be like, who's that guy? And then we're going to show
they'll know.
Reveal. Yeah, we're like, reveal who the guy is later. It's like a setup and a payoff. So he's saying all these like words.
That's not a setup and a payoff.
Yeah, I'm like, first off, nobody cares who the guy in the shadows is, I guess, because that's like boring. Like you show the guy in the shadows, people like literally don't care. And so that stuff like that. Like, but it's funny that it's even like almost like to the level of a murder mystery. You really don't care until like a few more of these questions pop up. Then you start to care.
You've highlighted a problem you can have with writing sometimes, and I think I even talked to Irene about this week. When you want to imply something in a way that actually hooks the audience to like care about it, it's like, where do you find how heavy to imply something? Because a lot of the implications I've seen in stuff that I've gone back and rewatched, I've kind of realized that the implication was pretty overt.
Yeah,
it's not guy in the shadows. It's like, once you know, if you rewatch something, you're like, shit, they were mentioning it right here. Like they were hinting to it. But yeah, like, where do you find the line with implication, how heavy to go with it?
I think to a certain extent, so I try to operate on, I trust the audience. I believe the audience is smart, but I think that you can also take that too far. And there's again, I'm going to bring up Song of Ice and Fire because I do really like the books despite my problems with George. And I think that's done really well. And we were talking about this earlier in the week, how sometimes things will happen off screen, but they almost don't feel like they happen off screen because it's referenced and it's sorted through in the part of the story that we do see. So in Song, a lot of like you'll have whole characters die off screen. Like Egret dies off screen in the books, but then in John's chapter he goes over it. Then we see the aftermath, so it almost doesn't feel like, because you see the flashbacks in his head of it happening, so it almost doesn't feel like it happens off screen and all these things. So it's a lot of these things can be done in a way where, well, the middle ground is it would be boring for the reader if you just handheld them and show them every single thing happening. Like, oh, the characters are just like going to the fucking bathroom, or they're just walking down the street and there's like nothing interesting happening. And that is boring as fuck. Those are the scenes that are those Marvel books that have characters just sitting in a cafe, drinking coffee and talking about food. Like, that's not interesting. That's not plot. That's not character development. So you don't need to show everything, but there's also a point where, well, you take away too much of you put too much mystery on there. It's just like the average reader can't connect the dots because you're not showing enough. So finding that sweet spot for your story is important.
Yeah, that's a good point, because it would be, if it's too wishy-washy or too vague of a question, the audience doesn't care. And there's a point where it's not even a question anymore, where you just like over-explain or whatever. And
yeah, like right now I have a character going from point A to point B, and I'm like trying to get, I think it's like, well, do you have to show exactly how they got there? That's the question. And I think that I should show them a little bit, not like every single step, but a little bit of how they got from point A to point B in Fiendish 3, because it is character relevant. And if showing a progression, showing something happening that is, because I have this thing where I don't like to show characters like, oh, they're just traveling, oh, they're just doing stuff. Like, I wasn't even going to show Casimir getting his blades in chapter 2, but then I was going to given feedback that you should show that. And I think if it's character relevant, if you can reveal character and world building through showing it, then you should at least show a little bit of it. So I'm starting to think that's kind of the rule.
yeah, I like that. Yeah, that makes perfect sense. You can have like the charge with the characters too. Like, if they're just traveling, like there's not much with the plot happening, but if there's some real character dynamics, if it's like a romance blooming or a rivalry blooming or whatever, that kind of stuff.
There's like nuance to it.
Yeah. So one other, or what were you gonna say, Jake?
My headphones disconnected a bit, but the implying thing, it goes back to interactivity, where basically you want to present the reader with elements that they're going to anticipate the collision of later. Implying things that are going to come up in the future, you want the reader to actually know enough parameters of it so they know like which direction it's traveling in and where so that then they can have multiple elements that they can anticipate the collision of. Otherwise, who gives a fuck? The only reason you care about any element in the story is the ability to anticipate how it's going to collide with other elements later. Otherwise, who cares?
Yeah,
Sure.
that's a good point. That would be a lot of the reader investment, quote unquote, is their ability to anticipate. I guess, yeah, that is cool. Yeah. So one other example, there's a few. One is this is kind of a separate thing, but I heard a definition from Steven Spielberg about suspense, which is totally different than I would have normally thought the definition to suspense would be. And he says suspense is when you pose a question to the audience, but you don't give them the answer, but you know you're going to have to give them the answer eventually, and they know that too. That's the suspense. And then he's like, the problem is you got to pay it off. So then you have to have a good answer. And like, I can think of things where there's like bad answers, like Lost. You know, like they set up all these great questions, but then they can't answer it. So sometimes this is something you could almost reverse engineer. Or these are things that you could stumble into if you're doing a second draft or whatever. If inspiration could come from, if it's a good idea. But it's when you're like, oh, I could have something kind of intriguing happen, and I can actually have a fun answer for it. And I have an example with that. They came up with kind of working with freaking, hold on, what is
World doesn't remember.
Your name is on the tip of his
Nasser,
tongue.
working with Nasser. Yeah, so Nasser, he's writing a killer doll. He has a killer doll series, and the sequel, he wants it to be the kind of thing that stumbled in. I was like, oh, this is what you should focus on, Nasser. Is he has an idea that it can be multiple dolls instead of one, and then the one doll that's normally the killer doll is actually like the good guy. So there's this gang of 5 new killer dolls. Now this is like a thing where it's like, okay, if I see that, I do want to know what the deal is with the 5 killer dolls, why they're there, and you have to answer it in a cool way, or else it'll be stupid.
Yeah.
And but his answer is that this witch has been putting aborted babies into the dolls.
Oh my god.
There's the abortion link.
Going full circle today.
Yeah, which is honestly, and it all takes place at at and around a abortion clinic is like a part of the
Is
story.
this Nasser Rabadi?
Well,
Yeah.
that's witchcraft
Sounds
for
like
you.
Rabadi.
Yeah. So yeah, but that's like a good.
So he's just
answer
ripping
to
off
that
Five
question.
Nights at Freddy's. He's just doing a more
Oh.
edgy Five Nights at Freddy's. I'm joking.
I think, but I
never
well,
played.
maybe that's sort of right, but it's good.
Well,
though.
yeah,
I like
that's
that
the whole
idea.
thing. Is the animatronics have like kids' souls inside them?
Oh yeah. Well, that's a good idea too. I mean, that would be the same kind of thing of like, if the question is, all right, why are these animatronics supernaturally possessed? Because this is awesome, but please,
I thought you meant
gotta
they
have a
were
good
real
answer.
girl dolls.
No, they're very different, Phil.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Very different purpose for those dolls.
I know.
Yeah, that's something else. You should ask J Dollar.
They have
I
AI in them
saw-
now.
What another one is in. I think it's Metal Gear Solid 5.
They're like
They did
giant
release-
fuckable Team America puppets now. Sorry.
Yeah, they did, but they did the trailer for Metal Gear Solid 5, and they had this imagery of this flaming whale in the sky that crashes into the desert. And-
fucking.
and I'm
Hideo
like,
Kojima.
I'm like, what is that? I need to play this game. What is that? So I played
It has
got
to be
that-
paid off. It has to be paid off. Is it paid off shit? Is it paid off good? If you
Yeah,
play
it ends up being a hallucination, and I was like, "Oh, that's stupid. That is dumb. It's like
Gay.
a dream. That's a bummer."
Listen, Hideo Kojima can think of some
Bummer.
cool shit. Whatever that walking simulator game he made where you just get a bunch of ladders. That was I hated it. I returned it.
What,
Yeah.
Death Stranding? That's the one everyone
fucking-
said was.
Yeah,
Oh.
Everyone was like, "This is just a walking simulator."
Is that the Norman Reedus one?
yeah.
Yeah.
I'll defend it a little bit, but I understand what you're saying.
There's some.
But-
Oh, no.
He thinks of some good shit.
So real quick though, with that flaming whale, I did think I was like, "This is what they should have done." I don't know if someone's done this yet, but you know how they can like control drones like very specifically to do like fireworks shows and stuff. Like
Yeah.
that should be a superhero power who can control drones to like really do crazy imagery to
Yeah,
with people.
they kind of did that in Spider-Man. That was like the new Mysterio, right? He had a bunch of drones.
Okay, well that's
And
cool. Yeah,
That's
a
how
good
he
idea.
Yeah,
made his illusions. It was
All his powers are like a special effects crew, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's how that's how it was in the comics. But yeah, in the film, the newest one he was in, he also dies in. But yeah, all of his powers are illusions by drone.
Paying
Nice.
off your question, to go back to that, even your I think this method is touted by your good friend Mark Millar. He always says start from the ending first, right? You start from the answer and then you can figure out the question. Because you find the best way to hide the answer, but you start with a really good answer and then you figure out like what are all the red herrings that I can lay along the path from question to answer if this is where I'm starting from. Hasn't he
Yeah.
said that? Doesn't he
Good
say
way to put
starts
it.
from the end?
Yeah, he says say that. I like that.
You're
And
probably
when- it's
thinking
funny-
of Mike Miller.
Yeah.
Really?
No.
Yeah,
Yeah, and when you say red
I hear
herrings,
he's a
I'm like,
genius.
speaking of red herrings, it's like that's sort of the opposite of commit to the bit. The way we were talking about commit to the bit is like focus, focus, focus. Red herring is like deliberately don't focus because we don't want you to know exactly what we're focusing on, which is just funny. There's like opposites almost.
What is the fine line you walk with red herrings then?
Yeah, I didn't even know. That's kind of a good question. Because if you have a ton of them, they do. That's almost like a Shaggy Dog story, basically, which I kind of like that, honestly, where you really can't even tell what the hell the story's even about until the end, pretty much.
Doing
Yeah,
a shit red herring would be where you're committing to the commit to the bit is committing to the red herring, and you really do lead everyone to only think that's the only option without giving any evidence to the truth.
No, I think you should give evidence to the truth, but a red herring is like, again, you have to trust your audience. So, Song does this really well. Like, one of the reasons I really like Song is because there's a lot of mystery, and I like mystery storytelling, and a lot of the red herrings for example, what could happen in the Red Wedding? Like, how did the Targaryens birth dragons? There are a ton of red herrings if you read the story in its entirety, but the people, if you really, really commit, you here, I think it helps to think in a way of you're going to reward your most committed readers. So the people that read the story, but they haven't just poured through all the details, they would come to conclusions that fall for the red herrings. But people that really look for the details, the truth is in there, and the most committed readers will be able to figure out the truth. And I think that's a good way to balance while having both the truth, all the clues that lead to the real answer to the question, and the red herrings. So reward your most committed readers.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the chat is saying they don't really like red herrings, and that I'm like, oh yeah, that's kind of true too. Like red herring is almost a derogatory term. Like it's almost like it's part of some of these stories, but if it's like if they go, that's a red herring, like nobody's ever like, dude, that was a badass red herring, man. Super stoked on how that went.
Well,
no,
I think it's harder to do in comics, but it can be so much fun in prose.
I think if you do it heavy-handedly, it could also have the same effect on your reader as if you're trying to be heavy-handed in, a question or an answer. Like, you don't want to talk down to your audience by using a very explicit, obvious red herring, and then because then they'll be like, they'll think it's this thing, and then they'll feel like it's a cop out when it's not that thing, if that makes sense.
Yeah, if the answer isn't as good as the red herring, right? Like,
Sure.
Say a murder mystery, you get led in the direction of thinking a certain person is the murderer, and then the reveal is it was someone else who was maybe guiding you to think that that person was the murderer, right? Like, you've got to make the real murderer actually be interesting. Otherwise, people be like, no, give me the red herring back. It was better before.
Right. Yeah.
Agreed.
You don't want to come out with the reader being like, oh man, but it would have been even cooler if this was the guy,
Yeah, that's funny. Yeah, I feel like there's a way to do them where they kind of happen more naturally, and then they almost might not even be necessarily called red herrings. And like feels like Game of Thrones is almost like that. Like these are other threads of the world of the story that are explored, and they're fun in their own right. But the fact that red herring is more just like they don't relate to the main plot almost when it's all said and done or something like that.
I think a key to why it's done well in Game of Thrones, and I like to call it Song because the TV show is Game of Thrones and it sucks in comparison. But it's the way I think a lot of the red herrings come across as not annoying in the books is because it's presented as characters POVs, because the books are written from POVs of the characters. So you have a lot of unreliable narrators. You have a lot of characters making assumptions and interpreting things from their subjective knowledge. And that leads the reader to have all these different theories. But if you really view everything in full, you can piece things together. But it's honestly the amount of information and all the threads are incredible in the books. And having that layer of, it's not the writer fucking with the reader, because that always comes across badly. I think that's what we're getting at. You don't want to come across that way. If it's just, this is what some of the characters believe in the world, and that leads to being a red herring, then that wouldn't be annoying.
Yeah. Yeah, Richard Hale brings up an interesting point. He goes, Psycho would not work without a red herring, not the usual suspects. But so with Psycho, it's funny. Yeah, when you call it a red herring, I want to be like, oh, that's not a red herring because that's awesome. And red herrings aren't awesome usually. But in Psycho's definitely committing to the bit. And the bit they're committing to is it is like the subverting expectations, speaking of what B's been saying here. So it's almost a little bit, that could almost be like a little bit of a difference, but it is like hard to explain, kind of. I'm not even sure.
Maybe it's
I think
diverting expectations. That's the term I've heard recently, which is like a different way of subverting, where you lead someone in a different direction,
Mm.
and then it turns out to have been it twists in a way that you wouldn't expect, but it's still
Sure.
appealing.
Yeah.
well, subverting expectations has gained a bad name because a lot of how like the difference between Danny destroying King's Landing, sorry I'm spoiling this brilliant show that was so well written, and the Red Wedding is that the Red Wedding was set up. When it happened, it was shocking, but it made sense, and we were shocked because we were all in denial that something this cruel could happen in a show. That you were like, this, there's no way you could actually make this happen. That would be too brutal. But it happened, and when you retroactively look back at all the setup, it made sense. The problem with what happened at the end in season 8 was we didn't like it because it didn't make sense. The setup wasn't all there. There should be a slower progression and so much more nuance to it. So subverting expectations in the sense that in common parlance that it has, that phrase has grown to be, is bad because you're essentially fucking with the reader. Again, it ties back to fucking with the reader. And if it comes across as a writer fucking with the reader, then nobody's going to like it. But if it's the writer presenting a story in a realistic way, in just an unexpected reveal, but all the setups are there and the viewer can intelligently look back after the shocking reveal and think, oh, they're right, this totally makes sense, then that's not really subverting expectations. That's just a twist. I think that's the difference.
Mm.
Mm-hmm.
What's a twist?
Yeah.
Yep.
And twists are also crazy. We could talk about sometime.
Yep.
Beastman says, what did he say? Oh, was anyone ever converged expectations? I feel like that's like the Star Wars Return of the Jedi is like that, where all the plots come together and kind of pay off, basically.
Well, that's what an ultimate payoff is. Like, I brought it up on one of my structural grab bags, Shaun of the Dead. Like in Shaun of the Dead, you have a confluence of so many setups all being paid off in a last scene. Like they throw the Mother's Day flowers away really early on. His mom gets like a zombie bite in an earlier scene. You set up the conflict between Shaun and the other guy who fancied his girlfriend, right? Like, and in the final scene, that guy, and you have the gun that you don't think will go off. In the last scene, well, one of the last scenes, you have like literally that guy who hates Shaun about to fire the fucking shotgun at his mom that at the beginning they said wouldn't even go off. After she's about to turn, and the beginning of that sequence is like her lifting up the flowers that she pulled out of the trash can outside of the pub that they went in, and like the emotional bit is like her saying the flowers are lovely because he didn't even give them to her. He left them in the trash. Like that is a confluence of a bunch of setups all being paid off at once. From my point of view, if you can pay off as many setups in one scene as possible, I think that creates a really good feeling in the viewer that they don't even understand what's happening.
Sure.
They'll enjoy it and they won't know why. And it's
Domino
like because all these huge breadcrumbs that the team have been like picking up on their journey, they're all getting fused into a giant loaf.
Loaf of
scene.
banana bread.
Well Read says, I remember a time when I subverted expectations and I didn't wear underwear. Nice. Subverted your own expectations. You're like, sometimes I surprise even myself. But yeah, so with the question, because we'll move on in a second, but this is another one where it's come up from talking with you guys. I want to remember just the idea. For me, this is where a lot of like the inspiration will come to. But if there's an idea, I'm like, oh, I really want to like dig into this a little more. But it's like the second or third question into the story that comes up on almost like a second draft, where you're like, oh, this somehow, like, what is so special? Why does this question kind of affect everything? And it really does the kind of thing that will keep the reader invested and wanting to read the entire story to know the answer to. And it can be kind of hard to think of examples that are like that strong. And I'm like, that's what's cool that Tom Tuttle's idea has that. And there's like a few others out there, but it's like, if you can think of that, then you should go for it and make a story about it, because it would be pretty strong.
It's like you need 3 reference points to triangulate a position, right? If you want to find someone on the globe, you need 3 observers to give you like an actual point of where they are. Like if you had, it sounds like the third version of the question is like the third perspective on the theme that gives people an actual pinpoint of where it is. Do you know what I mean? Like,
I think so. Yeah, so this came up in Foreign Agent, which is one of my books. This is the one example from my own writing, but it's why I was kind of pumped on that story, is just because this question came up. And the question is these two soldiers in this house with the family. They're kind of laying low and kind of forcing the family to help them, even though the family might not want to, but they're like kind of friendly, but not exactly. And the family is an older man, a young woman of like 17, and a young boy of like 6. And the question, as the story plays out, like there's clues to be like, wait a minute, is the young woman, is she serving the role as a wife to this old man or as a daughter? And then exploring that idea is each soldier would react completely differently based on what the answer is. So one soldier kind of doesn't care really one way or the other. He just wants to get out of there and try and survive or whatever. The other soldier's like younger, more immature than him. He's developed a crush on the young girl, and if he's starting to get jealous of the old man, but he can't confirm if that's like the situation because it's a little weird. And if that was the situation, then there's even more of a possibility for violence to erupt. So that's like, it does like develop that way, and the audience is kind of waiting, because once you get an answer to that question, then that will be the kind of big, like where the domino effect kind of thing, where it's all going to trickle down. And I think also it reveals the answer to the kind of nice soldier who doesn't care. He's the one who finds out, and then he doesn't want to tell his friend because he knows his friend's going to go crazy or whatever. So that was one where, yeah, like the question, the single question coming kind of a little bit later in the story, can provide a lot of even inspiration for writing it, but definitely like provide that narrative drive. Whereas the first question would just be like, are they or aren't they going to get out of the house and survive or something, And that's funny, like that is not even like necessarily the craziest reason of why you would keep watching. You're not like, I got to see if these soldiers are going to make it. Like no one would say that. I don't think people would say, I want to see if she's his wife or his daughter. Like people want to see that.
Well,
I think.
go
Oh, go ahead. I was just thinking that ties in well to what Jake was saying, that who was it saying that the first question usually isn't what hooks the readers, it's the second and third one, and I think that makes a lot of sense, because the first couple questions are just setting up the world. It's like, well, why is this world a little different? Okay, that's cool. That's world building. But then you can get into more nuance. Now that you've established the foundation, you can build on top of it. And usually it's the character questions that really latch on, the readers really latch onto. So, for example, this world has, I don't know, zombies, and why are the zombies here? Are they going to survive? Okay, that's the baseline question, but is this relationship going to work out, and is this character who's I've grown to care about, are they going to find a cure because they've gotten bitten? All those questions are the second, third, fourth questions. And maybe a difference between stories that hook readers and the stories who don't are, do you progress to those questions? Do you just stop at the first couple and just lay down, well, this is an interesting premise, and you stop there? Because I think a lot of stories do that. And I think it's important to, as a writer, push yourself to ask more, commit. And if you commit, you'll be able to find those further and further questions, and the readers will be hooked.
Yeah, that's
listen to this too. It also seems like, I don't know, maybe you guys have another take on this, but would you say that questions sometimes could also be interchangeable with like subplots, with like an A and B track? Because like listening to you guys talk, trying to apply this to the stuff I've written, and well, just for Lost Pages 3, for an example, like you have the first question is like this big, catastrophe happens, and the main characters need to find a way to raise money to help that situation. And so they go and enter this contest, and then the other subplot comes in where Wasteoid comes and attacks Jazz, and then now she's thrown into a whole other situation, but they still have that that question for like how are they going to get this money, and it all wraps up together at the end. But that's kind of like a totally other plot to what was going on when the story first started, you know?
Yeah.
You lay down your first, well, this is how it is, but then you're basically spicing it up with an added layer of conflict, right?
Right. Yeah. Like you have that first conflict, which, you know, may or may not be connected to the second conflict that comes up, but then you have, you know, your other villain that comes in and starts something new.
And imagine if you did a version of that story where just the wastoid is the only question and that's the first question. Like it wouldn't be as strong because it would you'd be like, check out this. Isn't this an intriguing monster? Don't you want to know more? People would be like,
sure.
no, I don't.
Right, right. That's not really a hug. Like, oh, it's a monster with cool ability. Oh, it's a superhero with cool powers. That's just a pitch. You need more.
Yeah,
I like the.
Go on, Phil. I
like the idea of the. Yes, yes. I'm gonna say now. You go.
This is quick. I was just gonna say it's like the every Simpsons episode where you have that you know first scene that gets you into the show, and then by the end of the show, it had almost nothing to do with it. You know, it totally flips and turns.
I like the idea of linking the third time the question is asked as the third perspective. To think of an example, it's like I'm the bad guy and I like killing people, right? And then like, oh no, we're the victims and we're in the house and we want to get out, right? That's two questions. If the third question is like a business guy that's like, listen, this will benefit me if I leave them in the house for a while, but I eventually want them to escape. Like it just adds the third question, the third perspective makes it more complex. Do you just kind of see what I'm getting at?
Yeah, definitely. I love the idea of having characters that have different perspectives, especially on the theme. And contrary to your main character's wants or needs or perspectives. And that third one could definitely be contradictory to their needs, and it most of the time will probably enforce the main character's wants or needs, and make them see what they need to do, because there's something that is contrary to that.
It's like to get a full perspective on a war or some kind of large scale conflict. You need the point of view of like the boots on the ground, the generals, and like the leader of the country. You know what I mean? If you only had the guy is on the front line, you wouldn't really get a perspective on the actual issue that's going to war about. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But as soon as you get like at least three perspectives from like different areas of it, like even the people on the ground and then the two opposing leaders, I think it lets you triangulate the issue that you just can't get if you just have two.
Right, definitely solidifies it. I think that's why too you having characters that are like mere characters as villains really it reinforces the themes of your whole story, because you get that contrast.
It's Sonic and Knuckles and Dr. Robotnik. If you just have
I like how Jake's references are like Sonic and Futurama, but it does work. Like this stuff applies to all media.
Does your hedgehog character have a Knuckles? Your what was his name?
Drake Bristle?
No,
Does he have like?
No, that's the cool 90s surfer guy, the Blowhart.
Oh, Blowhog.
Blowhog.
I don't. So there is actually a Dr. Robotnik equivalent in Hollow Fist called Mecha Professor, who's like the nemesis of Hollow Professor. But no, I haven't actually expanded. Oh yeah, there's Blails and Blockles. So yeah, there's Blowhog and there's Blails and Blockles.
Oh my god,
amazing! And it's just kind of all a parody of Blahnik, if people know what Blahnik is.
That's brilliant, Jake.
Sounds groovy.
Blockles has giant nipples on his knuckles, I think.
Oh my god.
So a good example of opposing
Awesome.
views on a theme is I'll mention something that's not song. Vinland Saga does this really well. If you guys have read it, then Thorfinn and Canute are opposing the whole story. Like honestly, the structure of Vinland Saga is very, very strong. And the central theme is violence. And of course Yukimura is coming from the perspective, well, violence is wrong. He's super anti-war. And Thorfinn is his main character that carries through with that central theme. His perspective is he starts out being all about revenge. He's like this young boy that is just grows up in war and embraces it, but then something happens. He goes through this psychological change and he comes to the conclusion that all that is wrong. But then you have this other character that's kind of not really a villain, but like an opposing character whose viewpoint shifts in the opposite trajectory. Canute starts out being really wimpy and protected and not liking violence, and then something happens at the same time as Thorfinn, and he switches to, well, I will embrace violence to achieve my ideals. So these two characters have opposing trajectories through the whole story, and that's just done really well, and that adds to your interest, because it's not just like the writer lecturing the reader on, well, this is my perspective on the subject and the themes. It's opposing viewpoints, and that adds to that contrast because you want to know who will win out in the end. You're invested that way.
Yeah, that's cool.
Definitely.
That might segue a little bit into the RAS, which we can go over these last three a little bit quicker potentially, but because the big one's definitely the question. But do you guys know what RAS stands for?
RAS?
Yeah, I feel like it's borderline pseudoscience almost. So this all kind of ties together, but
Never heard of it.
RAS.
Remedial. Give me the first word. R.
Reticular is the first word.
What is it?
Reticular.
Reticular? This is too much English for me.
Reticular, like the alien.
I've heard of the
Lenticular?
reticuli systems.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna look up what reticular means myself here. Let me see.
It's too much words.
Royal Air Force.
Even the Brit doesn't know what we're talking about.
Reticular, characterized by a fine network or net-like structure. So I'm imagining it means matrix of.
Yeah.
Matrix?
Yeah,
A
yeah.
matrix.
That's funny. I was gonna write down the matrix. I forgot to, but RAS relates to that. So and then A is activation, and S is system. So your reticular activation system. And the idea with this is with in our own lives, with our eyes, for example, at any point, the amount of data that we're getting is like kind of insane, and our brains are filtering it. We're actually only like processing like 1% of the data that's hitting our brain. If you think about like, it's like what you're focusing on, what you're looking at, you know, like if you're like looking at a blade of grass, if you're looking at a bee on a blade of grass, that's your RAS. But there's a billion other things happening that you, even in your direct vicinity, that you are not aware of because you just can't be really because it's just too much.
Oh, so ADHD is a failure of this. I got it.
Yeah. And storytelling's like that. Like if you picture your story, you might start, say you have a huge notebook of world building, that's your matrix, but your story is just going to be like an RAS, a reticular activation system. You can only show 1% of it. So how are you going to do that? And there's an example with I've seen it with in Tarantino. He did it almost like, yeah, because it's funny, like what a story is like you could only show the reader one thing, even though there might be a bunch of things all at once. But it's in Inglourious Bastards when they have the shootout in the basement of the bar. I remember when I first saw it, it was like kind of crazy because it's like bam, bam, bam. I think it lasts like 2-3 seconds. You see some people shooting and then it cuts away and everyone's dead. Like 30 people have died, but it's because everyone shot at once and they can only show you, they're doing it real time. So they can only show you like one person shooting. So they kind of pick 4 random people to show you shooting. But meanwhile, everyone has been shooting. So when they cut back, everyone's dead. And that's like a RAS thing. I think that just even being aware of the concept is useful and helpful in storytelling. I don't even know exactly how it applies. It applies like if there's a matrix, if you think of your story as a matrix, kind of is nice, kind of helps too. You know, one example I thought about that is like Die Hard having its own matrix. You know, the matrix of Die Hard is like, it's John McClane, and the building and the hostages and the bad guys is like the Matrix.
What about that cop?
Like, it's
outside?
what?
The security guy outside?
Yeah, and that guy. And maybe some people outside or whatever. But it is not like anything else outside of that. Like almost does not exist in that story. And if they showed that, it would be weird as far as like the RAS kind of thing. Like it would be funny if the bad guys had their escape plan was to use hang gliders and John McClane finds them and then he just uses it. So then he flies away. Then he like goes to the gym and works out, has a cup of coffee and stuff and whatever.
Well, I hear that dogs have a higher percentage of RAS than humans. Like they compute much more faster than humans as well.
Oh,
Like,
that's
that's
cool.
why they're always like looking around and shit and like staring at shit that no one else sees, like ghosts and stuff.
Yeah, I think
believe it.
probably that makes sense though. A lot of animals probably that have been in the wild, like because we're kind of domesticated.
That's
Like
why they
animals
don't live
that
as long.
yeah. Well, it makes sense for both prey and predator animals, just any animals who just need to pay attention to their surroundings more. We've been sheltered for many thousands of years.
Yeah, dogs do see ghosts. That's a fact.
Yep.
I believe it. I believe animals, dogs, and cats who see ghosts. I live with them. They're weird. So this the RAS thing applies to world building too, and I love how everything applies to multiple aspects of storytelling. You could apply to world building, but also humor, and that's when you know this is a concept that makes a lot of sense because in my show with Ali, we're always talking about, well, how do you world build in a way that doesn't distract from your story? And the answer is this. This is a great term to answer that question. You need to focus. So you can build as much of the world as you want, but you need to choose what to show. And the way you pick what you show is what actually facilitates the story. So you can have a whole wide world, and I think it's useful to build as much as possible. Go ham. Build all the kinds, answer all the weird questions of, well, what is this political system? What's the tax system? Often there's a faraway land that we don't even see that might just be inferred to by some random traveler in a bar. Like, sure, build it, have fun. But when you show it in your story, it has to be focused. And the stuff that should be shown is like, imagine here's a world. It's like this matrix, this blob, right? And your characters are going through it on one path. And that's what you see, that one line through this giant infinite sphere. And only that line and the things directly next to it are going to be shown. And you have to focus on that the most. So everything surrounding, sure, you can build it, but that's not in focus.
I think there's ways to kind of overlap some of the viewpoints of that. If you look at a film like Sin City, they, Robert Rodriguez and Frank Miller did that pretty well. We're having other, I guess, protagonists from stories in that world interacting with them as almost co-stars, in the different vignettes. And then throughout the comic series as well, where you kind of allude to that this world is bigger than this one story.
Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah. Like someone could come in and they feel like they could be a main character in their own story, but you're just seeing a corner of their story.
Right.
Yeah,
And
that is awesome.
I'm sure they do that a lot in like Marvel comics back in the day as well, where you have like guest appearances from characters or stuff from the characters in the background. It's like, oh, I know that guy,
Yeah, I remember. Yeah, well, I guess another way it like helps with writing or whatever is like keeping in mind that whatever you're showing, just you don't need to like map it all out necessarily, but you need to know that the world continues to turn within your world. So like stuff is happening, and if for some reason you do cut to something else, like it's like I know an example where they kind of did it wrong, and it's a rare, not that great Columbo episode, and I think it might be the last Columbo episode like that they ever did when he was his oldest. But there's this couple is planning a murder, and they don't live together, and they have to stay apart because they don't want Columbo to suspect them. And she's an actress, and he's like a club promoter who's trying to launch his own club. And so they have to powwow once in a while. They have to like plan and talk. So he'll call her. And so every time he calls her, they have to cut to her. And every time they cut to her, she's sitting on a couch in an empty room waiting by the phone. And then she goes, oh, finally. Like, what is it? And I'm like, oh man, like so she just exists only in
Right.
in
She just materialized right when the camera came on to her.
yeah,
Right?
yeah, like
Yeah.
she does not live in the world or
Yeah.
whatever. So yeah, you can fix that stuff as you go. You can like notice it. But if you can create that energy, I think without even doing the world building, you can just like and then this happens. Like I was trying to think there's some fun stuff like that of those type of stories like it's almost like improv kind of stuff, but and there's ones I would have wanted to do. I haven't really done them yet, I think, but one would be like a soldier escaping kind of behind enemy lines in World War II or in a town that's occupied by Germans or something, and it's like, all right, ready, set, go, and then you like do whatever you can, like figure it out, and anything that would happen, you would try to make it feel in a lived-in world with some level of chaos, like is constantly happening, and that can be kind of fun to write within that.
Yeah, you can kind of invent it as you go, as long as it's believable with what you set up previously. That could also work. You don't have to build everything beforehand.
Yeah,
just be smart about it.
The lived-in world thing is kind of like in Fifth Element when he drives past the police and they're getting McDonald's in the floating car. Like,
yeah,
that one particular shot just suggests so much about that city. The police, there's a McDonald's that you can just float up to, and the police are getting it on their lunch break. Like, they don't give a fuck, really, and they're massively overweight.
What a good film.
The fact that police are also there on their lunch break, that already is like creating that Matrix kind of thing.
Well,
that's kind of fun.
Well, it's like a thing about world building. It's like the idea that a lot of it can be in flux until you start making your final decisions. Probably in my work, there's a lot more flexibility than say Irene's, because she has rules made in advance. She sticks to them, and she has like, but it's like, again, Fifth Element. What would come first? Knowing that he has to go down and hide, so you create that lower layer where the smog is lower down below the high-rise city. Like, is that created first? So then you think, oh shit, he could go down there and hide.
Right.
Or do you need somewhere for them to hide, and then you make up that whole layer of the city? Right? Like chicken or egg with world building.
I think that doesn't, there's no rule about that. Like, if you need that, there's a lot of things are made out of necessity, and some stuff was probably built in already.
Yeah, I think once you get real deep into a project, you kind of can't tell anymore. Like, have you guys experienced that where it's like, oh, you just were working on this for so long, and especially if it's fantasy and you've had to build so much of the world, it's like that's when those moments of things clicking together, and it's not magic or just like, whoa, my inspiration or something. It's because you put in so much work and there's been so many chicken and egg things and you've tried so many options. Finally, all the million options you've been toying with fit together, and you can't remember which came first. Like, did you create this world building tidbit because the plot necessitated it, or was it the other way around? But eventually, it's like pure chaos, I think. At least it is for me. Maybe other people that are smarter do it better, but doesn't matter as long as it works.
Complete fucking chaos. It's
very chaotic. Okay.
Yeah. But it's so good. The best part about that creative chaos is where stuff starts clicking together across the story. Like you'll need to say something, or you need something to happen, and you kind of like find the perfect example that links to something that happens later, and you start that you're looking for a joke, and like a joke where like Connell gets down and he doesn't have, there's a fight scene, but he can't fight it because he doesn't have his weapon and he's lost it. So then you're like, oh, perfect joke. He falls to his knees and says, "If only I had a weapon permanently attached to my body." Like it just pops up and it links to later. I love that stuff. I love when creativity knits together.
With this stuff too, I feel like you can find spots where you don't need a setup because it's so natural to the world that the audience will accept it, and that is fun too. Because then you're really flying by the seat of your pants, kind of thing. Like even if it is like that example of like a World War II guy escapes in a German occupied town, like you're not gonna be like, all right, here's my setups. There's like a family, and he's eventually gonna run into them, and he'll steal some food from them or whatever. it's like, no, he just runs and he sees a family and then he steals some food from them. And you're just going as you go, figuring it out. Like back to that chaos kind of thing.
Free flow.
Yeah. Yep. So that's RAS. There's 2 more. Pseudo-science, a dialogue about ideas. We're at 145, so probably about 2 will go to the second half. We got 33 people watching. We've had as many as 37. Thanks everyone for being here.
Are you
Like and
streaming on
subscribe.
Twitter as well or no?
Like
No, just here.
everyone.
You really
You
got
get like loads
Twitter,
of
Steve.
nice fake numbers if
Yeah,
you
it
stream
inflates
to
your
Twitter.
Oh yeah, it'll rack up to
Yeah.
like 1,000.
Oh yeah, nice. That's what we'll do.
Yes.
But yeah. So Irene, didn't you say the other day you're like dumbasses talk about people, good people?
Oh,
talk about
yeah,
ideas?
yeah.
What's the quote?
Yeah, the very well-known quote that I apparently stole and claimed to be my own.
I thought
It
you
was,
made that up. I thought
No.
that was your completely original philosophy.
Oh,
No,
totally
I've heard
original.
that quote,
no
but
one's heard
about
before.
women versus men, I've heard that quote actually.
What, women
Wait,
talk
the-
about people, men talk about ideas.
Yeah, that's not. I mean, that's totally true. What? It's that totally applies across the board. No, it's
The Johnny Bravo book of philosophy.
I thought, what was that Jack Nicholson line about women? Like, oh, how do you write? Was it Jack Nicholson? Or
Yeah.
How do you
Jack
write
Nicholson.
women so well? I think of a man, but I take away all accountability and reason.
Yeah. That's so funny.
I read him just like men.
It works
With your
though.
accountability.
I can
Yeah.
concur. Yeah, we don't take responsibility for anything.
You protect
well,
So wait,
the
what
quote,
is the quote though?
I-
Yeah.
right, the quote I posted was what small minds speak of or think of people, and regular minds think of events, and great minds think of and speak of ideas. Paraphrasing.
Oh yeah.
And yeah, I mean, I love that concept, and that has been said many times. At least I've heard it many times throughout all kinds of contexts and throughout history, and that's a great way to boil it down to. Well, I think it's a very useful character development tool as well. So if a character is just really caught up on just their dialogue is all like gossiping about other people and they're very narrow minded, that you instinctively know, well, this character is that type of person, even if they try to come across as really smart. They have a broad breadth of knowledge, because just knowing a lot of stuff isn't really a intelligence and wisdom are different. And I think that saying relates more to wisdom, right? Are you concerned with surface level things, or are you concerned with something more? I don't know what you're getting at, but that's, that was the quote.
Yeah, because I was just even thinking like, man, I think all my favorite lines of dialogue, and if even in my own writing, if it's dialogue that I'm like, oh, this is pretty good dialogue, then they're always talking about ideas. But it's funny because that doesn't always work for like storytelling, to just have some guy start talking about ideas. But then it fits. It's like it has to be in their character that they do get to wax philosophical once in a while, I guess.
Yeah, I think your thematic and ideological core of the story needs to be there, but it's almost like it's carried by the characters, because like we're all human and we care about characters. So like the heart matters. It's like the heart versus the like what is it, the logos or whatever, the brain. Like that is what really makes a story matter, and that's what creates longevity. But people will also care because of the character development and like the small level stuff, because no one is like, oh, we're all high-minded and we're all like, I don't know, the Kisach Haderach or something. We don't see human, like that's also denying your human core. So a story needs to have both, I think.
Yeah, and people like talking about ideas, or like interesting, like if we're saying like you got the small minds, medium minds, large mind, like even that's, we've been doing that all night, is like what we're doing. So our lives is, a lot of it is like, what the hell else do you talk about? I don't even know. So a lot of times it comes up ideas. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And if they are waxing philosophical, sometimes it can be, it's like, try your hand at generalizations a little bit. That's like, I was like, that's what a lot of the great quotes are. They're just someone attempting to make a generalization and then people being like, oh yeah, that's pretty good. That's like Napoleon.
Right.
It's like stand-up comedy almost.
That quote came from Napoleon, the small minds thing. Yeah, that was Napoleon Bonaparte was the originator. We figured it out.
Yeah.
Yeah. All you
Yeah.
have to do to interest the audience is come up with a bunch of Reddit midwit philosophical nonsense that sounds clever.
Exactly.
Well, that's so
Go to
that is
Reddit.
part of this. Yeah, yeah. So I was gonna say because we talked about this in the past. Freedom to be cringe. Like you have to give yourself the okay to throw your hat in the ring because it is gonna be called that. But also, I think like yeah, you can focus on it. Just you can hit some kind of interesting like lines or whatever. Or like even I know a specific example just from Earthbound is a lot of people have told me that their favorite line in Earthbound is when WizKid says, "Freedom is not meant to be a commodity." And I'm like, oh yeah, it's the one time WizKid does wax philosophical. And yeah, it's like a thematic line. He's almost saying the theme of the story at that point. And everyone says it's their favorite line. But I'm like, well, it's
Nice.
borderline Reddit kind of style, but it kind of works.
Yeah, but that wouldn't matter without all the setup and if you didn't care about who WizKid is and everything that's surrounding it. So you need both.
Yeah.
It
I
might
was
even
just,
be more impactful if it's just one time they're saying it. If they're trying to constantly spit them
Right.
out, you'd be like, "Shut up."
Yeah, that's true.
Sure.
Right, yeah. I mean, if you're especially if it's a story, like story is about characters, right? If you want to just wax philosophical, write a philosophy book. And I think
Yeah.
I was talking to Perdomo about the difference between really cold writing, like Asimov's work, where it's more high-minded. It's very much just this is the political system, and you don't really get that much into the characters. Mostly, you do sometimes, but versus very warm stories like Lord of the Rings or even Game of Thrones, tying back to something else that we talked about on the block, cold versus warm. And I think you need a balance of both because there's a reason that more people latch on to Lord of the Rings or Game of Thrones and stories like that versus Asimov's work is brilliant, but it's very cold and the ideas can be very high-minded, but you don't really less people will really latch onto this. It's not quite as interesting on like an emotional level.
It's drama versus logic, right?
Yes, exactly.
That's logic.
Yeah.
Logical.
Yeah. So this quote made me laugh though, so this guy goes, "Pay a man enough and he'll walk barefoot into hell." And then the meme is like, this is one of those quotes that's like, oh, who said that? Thomas Hobbes, Shakespeare? And no, it's evil '90s Will Riker from Gargoyles. So,
I love it. That's a good show, dude.
Yeah, and that line is great, and that's like giving yourself permission to write that. I think is like a little bit of a thing.
We gotta distill how to construct those because, like, okay, it's like a judgment. It's like the person who's saying it's gotta be like as if I'm not that person. You know what I mean? And it's gotta be like someone is falling prey to a base human urge, but like it's a riddle at the same time. It's like a judgment.
Yeah.
Someone else sucks, and it's a riddle.
It is too. It's like only that the snit like conniving bad guy. It suits probably way better than the good guy. But I was looking at memes because it's like, all right, what are the memes where it's like this, where it's the image with the line of what they're saying? Because that means it's a good line, kind of. And how many of these are like about ideas? And it's like a lot of them / almost all of them maybe, but a few others that I saw that I didn't throw on the slide. But there's one it's Spike from Cowboy Bebop, and he's like, well, whatever happens, something like that. I'm like, dude, Spike, you're such a fucking badass, man. And that's
There's
like
so many fake Cowboy.
yeah. Well, that's like Reddit style, but it's like, damn, so good. Yeah, I don't know. There's one in Grand Prix I was just lettering the other day. This is what made me think of it because I'm like, why do I like this little section of dialogue? And it's because it was a bad guy conniving bad guy who gets that permission to talk like that. But he's talking about the rings that let people reincarnate. So he's like, there's much debate about how much these are actually worth in terms of like the life, how many lives they're worth, because it saves one life, so it reincarnates one person, so it's 1-to-1. But the life it saves will then go on to kill sometimes hundreds of people because it's pretty much exclusively saving these elite warriors as a weapon of war. And then you could also pose it to this way is how many people would you kill for one of these rings? So he says like 3 reasons of ways that you could value it with human life or with life. And I was like, that's cool. I don't know. That's good dialogue.
It's like the one ring in space.
Didn't you write that,
Yeah.
Narwhal?
Yeah. What Grand Prix? Yeah, that one I wrote. Yeah.
Yeah, that's
That
pretty
is
cool.
his book.
I was thinking about this thing I wrote. It was pretty cool.
No, I mean those moments are great though. It's like I mean, you guys don't understand when a lot of times when we were like Jake is talking about Cardinal and Narwhal has a Grand Prix on like so many books already. There's so much that I can't reveal. I'm just bursting at the seams. I want to talk about this shit, but those lines where you plant the seed for something early on in the story, and I think once you figure out what your characters are about, their own theme, and what their perspective on the themes are, like what they're trying to say, it kind of happens naturally. And I'm trying to plant like these lines that the characters will say over and over again, and oh my god, I'm so excited. It's especially Yomi, so good.
But
I'm just gonna say, you guys are gonna love it. I can't actually give it away, but you'll see in chapter 3. There's you
do a
really
Jello
hone in
shot
on
and just
what her
tell
character's
us.
about. Yeah, no, it's not gonna. I am good with spoilers. I will not say, but it's great, and those moments are just awesome because it's like story points echoing throughout the entire course of a character arc and a story. And the really good character arcs, they it's like a ripple. You figure out your character's perspective on essential themes, and you solidify it, and you ask that question, and your character gives the answer, and then that answer almost ripples out throughout the story. And when they affect other characters, they react to that ripple. Like when everything clicks, oh, that's so great. I love that stuff. But that's when you know something is working.
Yeah, that's cool. So pseudoscience is the last one.
Pseudoscience.
That's fake science, right?
I'm trying to think. Yeah, Rini was just defending me for using my own example of my own work is, I think, part of what she's doing there too, which I appreciate.
Oh yeah, and also I wanted to wax on about my own project because I love it.
Yeah, yeah. See, we all do it. So,
yes.
But yeah, Joseph Pantalone says Lady Macbeth rubbing hands. Yeah, that's that.
I just take all my cool lines from like the Bible or Shakespeare. So
yeah, I mean that's not even
that works
a bad
too.
way to do it. So pseudoscience, it oddly fits into a lot of this stuff, kind of. But one thing is, if you're talking about dialogue of ideas, and you need ideas to talk about that maybe aren't quite as Reddity or like they're honestly like really fun, is pseudoscience. And like even Jake liking the moon or whatever, like if you have a character talking the way Jake gets so passionate
That's
about
pseudoscience. That's real. That's real.
Yeah.
Listen, you talk to anyone. If Michael Dietrich is in the chat, he either worked in a hospital or a mental hospital. Yeah, he's in the chat. He'll tell you on the full moon things get crazy.
Yeah, no, see, having a character say exactly what you just said is funny.
That's
So-
the pseudoscience.
Yeah, no,
You guys don't
pseudoscience.
understand, like
Well,
every time there's a full moon, Jake is like, "It's a full moon," and every time
Yeah.
there's a new moon, it's like, "It's a new moon." Like this is what
You
people
don't
like.
understand. The new moon sets the theme for the month. It sets the theme for the full moon. The full moon ends up being a crazy version of the new moon. Start thinking it. You'll see. You'll see. Irene's doing a sigh, but she fucking comes to me and she's face palms saying like you said.
she's
it.
like, hey, so what should I
It's like
expect? What was the new
I mean,
moon?
crazy shit just keeps happening, ambiguously
Uh-huh.
without
Yeah.
specifying.
And then I'm
it's
like,
I feel like it's
guess
just
what?
constant. And then once in a while, I'll be like, "Oh, I guess it's a new moon." Jake, you're right. Except like when it's not the new moon, crazy shit happens too because people are just crazy.
Yeah, that's true.
Whatever.
So
Maybe I don't know. I don't fucking know.
pseudoscience, it has a low level of suspension of disbelief required, lower than we would all think. When you say pseudoscience, we're all like, yeah, whatever. What is it, conspiracy theory? What? But if you put it in a story, people be like, oh yeah.
well, okay.
What?
I didn't want to interrupt you, but like I have a favorite example of like a pseudoscience idea that's like one of my favorite manga, Prison School. It's the argument for why asses outrank tits. Do you want to hear the philosophy?
Sure, but that already sounds like a hilarious dialogue about ideas. That sounds.
It honestly it's the best. The way it's unfurled. It's unfurled like a riddle. Like
Can
they're
I
all.
guess it?
Yeah, go on.
Is it because asses mimic large breasts?
You'd fail. You failed the riddle and you've now been expelled, Phil.
That's part
You
of
failed
the
the arc.
lore of the school.
Yeah, you failed the arc.
This is the other real quick. This is the other thing I forgot. I was gonna say this, but I forgot. So I'm glad Cam said it.
Wait,
is that
large
science is
breasts?
kind of retarded, and so pseudoscience is like kind of cool just for that reason.
The
Well, I
pseudoscience
mean,
is
so
science
how-
that's willing to be cringe, right?
Yeah.
How do you define pseudoscience though? Because you guys might know I'm into all kinds of like crazy fringe scientific stuff, and it's not about believing it. It's the mystery and the wondering that's interesting. And I think there's very little difference between, well, is it science or is it pseudoscience? Because science isn't about just believing, it's about the frontier, it's about questioning, and it's about theorizing and all the stuff like quantum physics. Well, there's weird murky proof for a lot of that stuff, but is it pseudoscience just because we don't know and people are still theorizing and it's not widely accepted because we're not sure yet? No, that's the mystery is part of what's interesting, and all this stuff about like, oh, pre-diluvian civilizations that I'm really into and all that shit, like that's science.
I would say pseudoscience is based on unreplicatable theory. Like you can't actually prove it, and the evidence people use to prove it is like kind of bullshit. You know what I mean? Like,
okay.
fudging,
but
it's like
if it was pseudoscience, that almost would be better for it because science is so dumb.
So ass versus tits are
okay. Here's what it is. The theory is, when we first evolved, we walked on all fours, and what was staring us in the face, right? Asses. When we were a fucking emu or a little mongoose, whatever we were, like a little monkey scribbing on the floor, we're crawling around. In our face is a nice fucking round ass. There were no boobs, no boobies. Then, when we learned to walk upright, suddenly the ass was gone from view. It was down below. The real show is down below, as Space Danny would say. And so, what evolved in place of the ass? Tits, my friend. The reason why asses outrank tits is because tits are a mere imitation of an ass.
Wait. Or tits are for the more evolved people, and asses are for cavemen.
Okay, this is actually peak pseudoscience.
There you go. Ass is the real G. The OG.
Okay, troglodyte. You're a troglodyte. I'm
well
evolved
done.
being.
Well done, Jake. Isn't the theory behind breasts always looking like they're nursing? It's like, actually, a fertility sign or some shit. Like,
because they look like ass.
I take back everything
it's an
I
ass
said
on your fucking chest.
No,
women, you have an ass on your chest.
I think that's just because we're symmetrical. No, it's because when in most other mammals, unless a female is nursing, breasts aren't, all puffy. Humans are always puffy.
Ding ding ding. Someone ring the pseudoscience bell.
It's a fertility sign. That's a theory that whatever. Or you can believe in Jake. Moving on.
It's hot. It's hot. Okay.
I have a couple examples on
who cares?
on this one too. One is a random Italian giallo movie that I saw a few nights ago, and it was pretty good, kind of haunting. But it was kind of cool. It had a B plot where the guy wakes up dead, basically, but his mind is still working. And he can see the people, like, they take him to the morgue and they're going to, like, just bury him alive or whatever. And he's, like, kind of panicking, but he literally can't do anything. And then he's trying to remember what happened and how he got here. And he ended up tangling with a cult in the city. And then they kind of catch him and effed him up. So now he's, like, here. And he's, like, totally screwed. But so and part of it is, as far as the pseudoscience goes, is like his heart is not beating, but his brain is working fine still. So that would kind of trigger your suspension of disbelief, where you're like, well, that's kind of dumb. But then rigor mortis is not setting in, and that's what the doctor notices. And the doctor says, don't throw him away yet. Like, keep the body around. We might be able to reanimate him. And as they're talking, the other doctors are like, like, this is crazy. What are you even going? He's like, hey, when's the last time you saw a dead body that didn't have rigor mortis set in? And they're like, never. And he's like, so it's worth checking it out. He's like, death is actually still a mystery to us. We don't know much about it. As soon as he said that, I was like, I'm in. All right. It is a mystery, dude. Let's figure it out. This is the one time this shit happened. And like, so my suspension of disbelief totally clicks in, and you're like, yeah. And so then what's kind of cool is, you're kind of rooting for this dead body to get reanimated before it's too late. But then he gets scheduled to be part of a surgical demonstration where they're going to do heart surgery. So he's definitely going to die at that point if he doesn't manage to wake up before then. And then he's kind of remembering what happened and everything and blah, blah, blah. And then it ends up coming to the point where he's on the surgical like presenter's board, but he's remembering what happened. Finally, he remembers everything. And it's so intense that that you start hearing a heartbeat as that scene's playing, but you don't know. And then they cut back to him and he goes, my heart is starting again. My heart is starting again. And then his finger starts to twitch, and he's trying to get his hand like working before they cut in with a scalpel into his own heart which will kill him at that point.
Yeah.
So he is starting to reanimate, and it's like a race against time. And he gets his hand working, and he's going to raise to stop the guy, and the guy grabs his hand and shoves it under the table and jabs the thing into his heart, and he dies. And you realize that guy was part of the cult that he escaped from. Yeah.
Dude, but I totally understand what you're saying there, where it's like that doctor saying the idea of, death is a mystery to us. Sometimes all it takes is that one line of dialogue to put the idea either into the reader's head to let them have that verisimilitude to get into the story, or like just a perfect line of dialogue that fits in the right spot to really hammer home the idea for the plot or stuff like that. Going through the last round of edits for The Lost Pages 3, I kind of found those kind of lines of dialogue that really hammer home the theme of things going around. So yeah, I totally understand what you're talking about with that.
Nice. Yeah, I like that. Exactly what you're saying. If you can get, it's sort of psychological too. It's like that guy's role is to be the salesman to the audience. But the way to do that, it's not to be needy, to try to over explain. It's like to confidently say one line that they can't refute, kind of, and then you've got them.
Yeah.
So, yeah, and speaking of pseudoscience, and this story was dealing with reanimation of corpses. That's a pseudoscience. Every zombie story ever is a pseudoscience. All the undead stuff is a pseudoscience. There's a lot of fun pseudoscience, like a lot of sci-fi is based off like these kind of like what ifs where we aren't quite there yet, whatever necessarily, but we could be pretty easily, and we definitely believe it.
There's actually, now thinking about it, for the Crimson story in the book that we're doing, that's going to be shipping out soon, has some, I guess, aspects of pseudoscience in it that it explains how Jasmine's powers work and how she could see Grim and the imaginary friend thing. So kind of dealing with some stuff like that too. I'm excited to see what people think of that.
I like that. See, that I feel like it's a suspension of disbelief thing. It's very fun. Red leather, yellow leather. Every time I met them, I say red leather, yellow leather.
Red leather, yellow leather. I didn't know that was a improv thing. Well, I think all of our stories have some pseudoscience because that's just the nature of something fantastical. And even in Lost Pages, it is fantasy. Even in superhero stories, it is fantasy. It's just a little more grounded fantasy.
Sure.
There's a trick to not explaining it when it doesn't even need to be. Like, say, the Force and midichlorians. There's certain things you just don't have to explain.
Right. That's true.
That's true.
Like Matilda, right? There's never an explanation of why she can move stuff with her mind, right? You just kind of get it because it's a general enough power, and you believe it because she's. The reason why you believe she can do that shit is because a family of such a bunch of cunts that put her under so much stress. You know what I mean? That's what suspends the disbelief there, is that she's like all on her own and has to focus all this stress inside her own mind. Like, she doesn't have to explain it. It would suck.
Right. I think the key to, well, do you need to explain it, is it actually imperative to the characters to figure out why this works? In Matilda or in Star Wars, it's not imperative for them. It was never a question. Like, nobody is asking that question of how does the Force happen or why does she have those powers? No, the question is something else. It's what they do with those powers. So if you explain that, it's like nobody was wondering. You're just destroying the suspension of disbelief. But in other stories, it does matter. Like, well, how does like fucking Weirwood magic and Blood Raven work? That kind of shit. So it's about questions and answers.
Yeah.
Full circle.
Yeah, and kind of along those lines of like when I'm thinking of Inception, I love Inception, and maybe The Matrix might do this too. It's like, what do you explain and what don't you explain? Like Inception explains the idea that the deeper you go, how time gets like exponentially slower because it's a dream within a dream or whatever, and time is flowing differently. So they do explain that. What they don't explain is how like a little cord into your ear or something can put you into the dream world, because like, yeah, who cares about that?
That's unimportant. The time that time dilation is real, by the way. You put electrodes on a mouse's brain after running them through a maze. It goes do 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 do. You like it plays a rhythm based on how they go through a maze. You put that mouse to sleep with the electrodes still on the brain. It like runs at 20 times speed. Like time is literally traveling 20 times faster in the dream as they're replaying the memories of running through the maze. Like the
it's
same
like
rhythm.
Forwarding. That's crazy.
Yeah. It sounds like a fast-forwarded version of it.
And what you just said could be dialogue in a comic. Like that level of pseudoscience, even though that's real science maybe, but that's like kind of fun to that idea is like interesting on its own, even outside of the story. But you do got to fit it in, you know. But if it comes up,
it's not explaining it. It's like describing a phenomena that indicates it's real, right? Like that's not even saying what's actually happening. All I described is it runs through the maze and plays a pattern, but when they're asleep, it plays it at 20 times speed. That's simply just explaining a phenomena. It's not even going into how it actually works, right?
Yeah. Henry Bemis says, why is there miasma in Jake's room? Because of smoke. 50th anniversary.
It's
great.
That's just what his room looks like.
It's my flights. I'm 50th anniversary. Bringing back the Jägermeister and the Halloween smoke machine.
In celebration of the 50th episode, he's setting his house on fire. Cheers, everybody.
At least it's not mustard gas, Irene.
At least it's not mustard gas. I concur.
Has any of this happened to you before? When I was a child, I used to wake up in the middle of the night and everything felt like it was in slow motion, and sound felt like it was in slow motion as well, like almost like reverb. And
That's interesting.
And I would go into I remember going to my parents' room and telling them like something weird is happening, and like waking them up and stuff. I have to ask them if they remember that.
That's like you're processing reality at dream speed because you didn't wake up properly.
That's what it sounds like.
I swear to God, though, when you're a kid, I swear. You know how in like Japanese culture and other cultures, children are viewed as they're not entirely in the real world. Like, just like what Phil was saying, though, I haven't had an experience just like that, but I've had other weird memories from being a kid, and it's like things that can only happen in a dream, I clearly remember them happening in reality. It's like, and in my mind, there's no difference. This happened. And I'm like, I don't know, did it happen? Or is it just when you're a kid, you can't differentiate reality from dreams? Or are you really just physically not entirely here and you can break those laws, right? Yeah, no, nothing like that.
Brain.
I don't know what it is. I don't know. I remember breathing underwater.
I know. I have this. I have the
Really
same.
happen,
Listen, I really feel like I've had experiences where I've really been willing myself to float in the air, breathing underwater, all the rest of it.
A lot of people remember breathing underwater or flying, or just not flying, but like floating in their house.
Yeah.
Like, I know people that have that. That's a very common childhood memory.
I do think it's dreams though, but like you really believe them, like, but I've definitely had I felt like I've actually willed myself to float. But
I also had this thing, like when I was a kid, trying to fall asleep. I remember specifically, like the point between consciousness and sleep. For me, it would feel like the room was spinning back and forth, and it wasn't like it didn't startle me or anything. Like, in fact, it was cool. And I'd be like, okay, I'm gonna try to do this and get that feeling, and then I'd fall asleep or whatever.
Did you feel like you were out of your body while spinning as well? Like I've sunk below my body with the spinning, and it was always on Mondays after swimming practice. Yeah, I think it was related to being in the water and doing a lot of like fucking hardcore
and
racing
equilibrium
swimming.
stuff.
Yeah. And like it would feel like rotating like this, not even like this. It'd be like undulating, and you'd feel like you were sinking below. Maybe yours was different.
I've gotten a feeling where also kind of like not when I'm falling asleep, but just like even lying in bed, I guess, trying to fall asleep or lying there thinking about stuff, even as a teenager. And I would get this weird sense of everything feels slow and heavy. Like, I don't know how to explain it, but I'm not sleepy. It's just time feels slow and the pacing, like everything just feels like there's more weight to it. I don't know how to describe it. Maybe I'm crazy.
I want to knit together a pseudoscience idea that you could put in a story that goes off Phil's experience. Right. Here's the premise. You have like soldiers that are put asleep, but then they're woken up in a certain way where the 20 times speed, dream speed, is like carried over to when they're awake, like Phil's did, but basically they move super quickly because of it. Everything to them is super slow, and so they're moving. It's like a time freeze power, but it has like a verisimilitude to it because it's like interrupted sleep state brain. You know what I mean?
Yo, someone should do something like, you know how this whole astral projection or something, and they're put to sleep and they astrally project outside of their bodies, but because it's a projection and they're in a dream state, they move much faster than their physical selves. That would be a cool thing to explore.
You could start off with the people having the astral projection bodies. A reveal later could then be like, no, this person's managing to do it in real life. They're not, because if you're in an astral body, maybe you can't move stuff. But like maybe they've evolved it. They've got a couple of people that have managed to.
He's got like a suit. He's got like a suit.
Oh my god!
A sleep suit.
Yeah, he's got a sleep suit.
Oh, no!
That's
What
cool.
if you know how? I was just thinking of this. There has to be someone smarter than me will probably like find a way to link this. But you know how in dreams time is condensed, but gravity does the same thing. So what if all these have a super speed character whose mechanism for super speed is because they can increase gravity, because gravity dilates time.
Oh no!
Cool.
Oh god, you don't want to get.
No, that's pretty sweet. Yeah, you know, gravity is another one where someone can say, "We actually don't know that much about gravity," and it's like,
right,
oh,
gravity and mass and matter and time are all interlinked, and we still don't really know how.
Gravity is
That would be
nuts.
cool for that.
Yeah.
Think about this.
That could be the tagline for the movie.
Time itself is motion. If there is no motion, there is no time because there is no change of state. The only way you notice time is because things are changing state, which is motion.
The small hand.
Freezing time is kind of like destroying reality because you would basically put a pause on all interactions. Like it would be impossible to reverse time. You would have to cross zero motion to go into like reverse motion. I don't know. Like,
no, that's a great way to put it because gravity is almost like a force that makes things happen. Because even if you're static, I'm standing here, but if I just let myself fall, gravity is forcing something to fall towards the ground. So that's a force that forces motion, and when that is increased, then time increases as well. So that's why large stars and large planets have greater gravity and time passes faster on those entities because there is more incentive for actions to take place quickly because of that large centripetal force. That's gravity is forcing things to happen.
Relative.
Does time travel slower when you're next to a large gravity well?
Yeah, isn't that how it works? Is
Okay, so this
I
is
feel
always
like
been my.
everybody's high right now.
Sorry, no. This is
Yeah,
always, this has been
we
my.
should
I mean,
start
I'm slightly
This
drunk.
is the
But-
beginning of the second half.
Wait,
I feel like
let
we're
me get this
done.
out. Let me get this
Yeah.
out. Let me get this out. The reason why I think that is true is because if you have the energy revolving around inside atoms, the gravity well is basically a drag factor. So when it's going around this end of it, it's like it's like stretching an atom. So it's like almost like it has its path of travel for the energy is bigger. So it takes longer to get around its typical cycle, aka the motion takes longer to complete. So time is slowing down.
I think
Yeah.
greater gravity
I'm not high,
adds
Phil.
heightens time.
Makes
Speeds
time
it up.
slower.
Speeds it up.
Doesn't okay. Time what? You saying time goes faster around a black? No, it goes faster if you're traveling
Time-
faster
Times
because
my
you're
time
less
moves
affected.
faster.
You're less affected by foreign gravity sources.
It speeds up your time.
What happens
Right.
when
If
you-
you're the one that's near a black hole, time speeds up for you.
What happens when you stand next to egregiously fat people?
No, it slows down because as soon as you get in the black hole,
Well,
like
then
time pauses.
That's
for
why you shouldn't do that because you're going to age faster because it speeds up time. We need to move on to the second half. That was a joke, by the way, YouTube. It was a joke. Let's move on. I need more to drink.
Jake, when I put
yeah.
Carnal Comic, it says
I'm right.
can't be reached because of firewall.
Just do bluedickaxe.com.
No, that's what
Maybe
really-
that's why the firewall
Yeah.
is there, Jake.
Okay, Irene. Time passes slower closer to the black hole, which is a gravity well. The closer you get to a well of gravity, the slower time passes for you.
Well.
Sorry, I looked it up. I
Well,
was right. That's why when you're traveling faster,
Oh,
like
you're
Superman's
right.
going
No,
around
no,
the Earth,
you
have your
are
own inertia.
correct.
You're less affected by
You're correct.
foreign gravity sources.
Yeah, you're right. It's the other way around. I just remember that scene or that whole bit in Inception where they're in higher gravity, so time passes quicker for them. Okay.
Yeah,
you're right.
it's the drag. It's the drag factor that a foreign gravity well has on the rotation of the energy within your atoms. That's why I think it slows down time for you.
I need more to drink. This is getting crazy. Jello shot? Jello shot.
Yeah, do it. Oh yeah, do it on camera. That'll be fun.
yo, look, we're at 42.
Wait, do
we
it-
just crossed
do it.
over.
She'll do another one if someone backs Grand Prix too.
Yes.
Thank
Yes,
you. Someone
everybody
just backed
back these books.
Lost Pages 42,000. Thank you so much. This is the biggest.
That's the Narwhal Nuge, Phil. You're welcome.
Dude, the Narwhal Nuge is just what I needed tonight. Thank you so much for whoever backed tonight and everybody that helped us get to 42. Biggest campaign we've ever had. And yeah, keep spreading the word. Hopefully we could, it would be awesome to reach, I don't know, 600 backers. That'd be crazy. I think that would be the most backers we've had.
Those are good numbers.
Yeah,
Congratulations.
the books are done and they're printed. We're just waiting on the ash cans, which are being printed locally. So the turnaround time should be pretty quick, hopefully by the mid next week. But colors look freaking beautiful. And this is 83 pages of story. And we have some sweet concept art in the back as well. It takes place right where the previous one left off, but there's also a little catch-up blurb. I stole that from Irene,
Nice.
from her awesome Fiendish books. But look at this, freaking sweet.
Nice.
Oh,
It's a
That
little
looked
dark.
like it fade out, like it faded to black. So
The pages you've been showing look great. This book looks great.
yeah, there's 2 covers, so check that out. And then also, if you get the Simon Bisley cover, it has this beautiful back cover by Shelby Robertson, friggin' homage to Lobo from back in the day, calling you all you guys geeks. Yo, geeks, bring it back. And we got book codes on the bottom and all that good stuff. So check that out. Thank you guys.
Nice. Yeah, it looks great. Yeah, let's do Fiendish. Let's go down the line.
Oh my god, that's my thing. Blah. Yeah, this is the Fiendish website, fiendishcomic.com. The campaign for chapter 2.5 has been closed, but guess what? You can still subscribe to the website and the email list. That's that giant red bar right there. I have like this big universal email list that I will send out updates for anything important campaign wise. well, like the campaign stuff, I'll update through the campaign, which I just posted an update showing everybody these pins and this pendant, and so the campaign updates will be on the campaign pages through Fun Ride Comic and Indiegogo. But if you want to get notified on website features and new launches and stuff like that, sign up for the email list. Also, if you miss the campaigns, you can get 2.5 and 1 and 2 in the store that is also attached to the website. And if you have any doubts about buying a physical book, or if you just can't afford shipping, because I know shipping is like fucking ridiculous right now, and I've heard from a lot of especially European backers that, man, shipping's ridiculous and you don't want to pay double what the book costs or just essentially pay for another book with shipping. I totally understand. Fiendish is now available digitally as well. So if you go to read the comic on the website, and by the way, I have like new posters and stuff. Go check out our merch. I have like awesome merch here. Just go check it out. It's cool stuff. But if you go to the Read the Comic tab on the website, I have chapter 1 available digitally. And it's both. There's a version on the website, and then there's another version on Global Comics that is a service that's basically like webtoons, but it's much more suited for Western style comics. I've loved this platform. It's great. I've really enjoyed using it. The reader works really well. So head over, give us a like, give a review if you would be so kind. It really would help. I'll stagger the releases because I want to make sure everybody that buys a physical book has time to read it first. But eventually, the Fiendish chapters will be going up on here, and people will be able to, pay a couple bucks and read it digitally, and hopefully that expands the reach. And I want everybody to enjoy the story as well. So check it out, and hope you guys like this expansion. I'm trying to expand Fiendish and let everyone access it more. TC says asses pass. Yes, I have asses passes on the website. Not
Speaking of
Perfect.
Speaking of expansion.
Asses
Oh, shit.
and expansions.
Yeah. Speaking of expansion, Conal the Barbarian. Right. So here's the thing. I've been working. Oh. Right. You can go to conalcomic.com or bluedickaxe.com to sign up for my book. I am currently it's gonna be I've been adding pages like a motherfucker, and they've been needing to be added, but I was resisting adding them before. I've basically been going over all my old layouts, turning them into rough pencils, final pages, and it's like almost up to 60. I was like so artisanal about sticking to 50 pages before, but yeah, right now I'm going through the pages looking amazing. I'm so proud of the new ones, but I'm working on a preview book that I'm going to be taking to Heroes Con, but at the same time as at that con, I'm going to have a short campaign that's going to make 50 of the 100 copies available. So sign up. Anyone who signs up, I'll be remarking their books for free. I'll be doing a sketch inside them. But yeah, this is a sneak peek at the preview book. So I didn't realize it would get so big. The book is currently at 68 pages. I'm capping it at 68. I'm not adding any more stuff. I wanted to keep it floppy. I might even make it perfect bound with a spine. And if I do make it perfect bound, I'm going to upgrade the cover to be, it's going to be a sketchy cover, but I'm going to full color the cover. So the book's going to look fucking amazing. I've been putting it, it's going to have, look, here we go. Got the contents page. It's got the rough pencils for the first 16 pages, the layouts for them, all the character designs so far, a bunch of the old sketch cards, a concept gallery, and even a fan art friend gallery featuring.
You said friend gallery, red leather, yellow leather.
Friend gallery, gallery of friends. But yeah, featuring a piece I get to publish exclusively. Sorry, I've had a lot of Jägermeister. Exclusively publish a piece of original Phil Diaz fan art of Conal the Barbarian. Can you believe it? Can you believe it? I get to publish Phil's amazing, unsightly.
Is this your first published art?
I don't think so. I think I was published in Matt Burke's book. His bone.
Do you have it on hand? Do you
Yeah,
have
let me try to find
the
it.
Connell piece on hand?
Oh yeah.
It is disturbing, but I am very honored to be the one that gets to publish it. Here's the first copy. It's got the rest. There it is. It's gonna have that in it. That's gonna be in the fucking make Phil big.
I gotta
I
scan
know.
this. I gotta
It's like
scan this.
fucking David Firth salad fingers Connell. Like
Yeah.
Terrifying.
It's pretty
Fucking
great.
it's really fucking. I can't. I'm so happy. I
Alex said it's
Thanks,
not
Will.
more disturbing than Jake's art. Well.
Yeah, it's around. They're very similar. But yeah, if you go back to my page, these are like I'm not going to scroll too far. This is the first page and the first spread. I've shown these on stream before, so I'm okay with showing them. But yeah, it's going to have the first 16 pages to this standard. Then it's going to have. You know what? I can jump ahead to the layouts. Can I? Yeah, they're pretty safe. Pretty safe. So yeah, like this is the like the new page. Here's like the old version of the same thing, but they're sideways because I only want to make them a 68 page book. But yeah, sign up. I'm going to be dropping it. It's not going to be too long, and it's going to have the layouts, the pencils, even a bunch of the character designs. So like here's a couple of examples of me like laying them out. I wanted to put them pretty big on the page. Then there's going to be like tiny lineups that are like set to the side. But yeah, there's going to be little snippets of information about them too. But yeah, go and sign up, bluedickaxe.com or connellcomic.com to get ready to be in the know when that campaign goes live. Thank you very much.
Do it.
Nice. It looks
good.
great. Nice job.
And go to Heroes Con, everybody.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll be there. Oh, you know what? Actually, switch back super quick because it links to what we were saying. This is one of the character designs. This is Slugsy. Obviously, as you see, I haven't really put the whole book together yet. There's like a bunch of gaps. When we're saying chicken or the egg with world building, so I had this character and I decided I have a rule where I like don't design on the page. Everything, I'll design it off page, including like his backpack and this hand. I've been doing this. I've been like kind of like re-going over the scene that he's featured in, and I didn't expect to, but this hand actually comes out during the scene and gets used. And that was never in it before, but because I did the design for this,
Yeah.
there was a moment where it was just there was an opportunity to use it,
So
and it gets used really well. And like he even got a name because I was doing the scene. It's called Fingers. He refers to this because it's not a full hand. It's like 3 fingers. But
it's it's a different entity.
Yes, it's
Cool.
not him. It's not part of him. But he slaps his hand together and he shouts "Fingers!" and asks him to bring something out.
Cool.
But yeah, so there we go.
Nice. Check
Yeah.
it out.
Very
Go to
fun.
Heroes Con in June, and also sign up for Cardinal.
Yes.
Yeah.
At Grand Prix. Yeah.
Yeah, and Grand Prix passed 2,000. Look at that. So that happened tonight too. So
Woo!
we're making some progresso soup here.
Hell
like
yeah.
they say. Yeah.
Congrats.
Yeah.
That's
I think
the
it's
Narwhal
it's
nudge.
it's medium close to 10K between this and the Fund My Comic. I haven't checked, but it's in that 9,000 digit.
Nice.
So somewhere in there. Yep. And I'm done lettering it. I sent it to be read by a couple just fellows to give me a little feedback. And now I'm like doing a few edits based on their feedback, and I'm doing, which part of it is actually just literally doing the intro page and the outro page, because it's like this, truncated issue. You kind of want the flow. If it's like too truncated, like then it can read potentially really well if people just read issue 1 right before, but you want them to be able to enjoy it even if they haven't done that.
Yeah, it's for sure. That's good.
Yeah. So I'm trying to get that kind of flow just right, and then it's more or less done. Could go to print any week now. Really, I'm just doing a little bit of polishing. And yeah,
Ooh.
it's got some fun, crazy stuff that happens. There is a giant banana in there at some point, so, with lots of
Very,
lore
very
behind it.
impactful.
Yeah,
Giant bananas are important.
You
I like
heard
this
it from
party
the lady,
scene.
guys.
How there's just so much to look at. Feels like a cantina scene, but in your world.
yeah. It's funny because a lot of this issue is a dinner with people, quote unquote, eating, which would be like a thing Marvel would hate. But it's got some fun stuff. Like it has there's a girl under the table that no one knows about. So there's a whole subplot of her sneaking around under the table eating scraps and blah blah blah.
Where she belongs.
Yeah. And then there's some other stuff. But there's plenty of stuff to make it fun for a big eating scene, big feast before the tournament starts. And there's a caterer who's announcing the food. He's the one who announces the giant banana. And there's some lines where I'm like, maybe I will change it, and he says he's like, and from Earth a banana, we pumped it full of hormones to see how big we could get it, and it's not the only thing that the hormones will make big, so eat up, something like that.
That's pretty great, though. That would be a great
Yeah.
incentive. Do they fight over the
Yeah.
banana? That would be a great incentive. That ooh, this will help me.
Yeah. Then I'm like, shit. Does that change the lore of the story though? Do I need to worry about that? But
Just
it-
draw
all of a
everybody with
sudden-
a bulging crotch.
Yeah. Like the seeding of the tournament changes based on who ate the most banana. They're like, oh, he failed the drug test. He ate too much banana. So see, I literally might cut that line, but there's a few lines I might. It's like, it's like brainstorming jokes, kind of a little bit of like if you want the humor there or not, or. Yep. Cool. Well, yeah. So thanks everyone. Take a look at all these books, and we're gonna keep going. Here's to another year of creative block. Oh, that was a good.
Yes,
We're all
50th
learning-
episode.
Yeah,
Bye.
we're polishing our skills.
Just kidding.
What the fuck is happening?
Phil's looking for his
We're-
own 100th bullet.
We're exploring the art of storytelling along with you, the chat, the very people that make our campaigns and what we're doing possible. So thank you. And here's to another year of Creative Blog, another 50 episodes of us talking about storytelling and arguing over semantics all the time and hopefully making it entertaining.
Yep.
Making a mountain out of a molehill as often as possible.
Yes, that's what we're the best at. Cheers.
Cheers.
Dun
Oh,
dun
God.
dun.
It was half, now it's a quarter.
This is my second beer. People are like, I'm just like knocking back these. This is nothing. This is Angry Orchard. I drank like fucking 4 of those tall ones when I was drinking with my friend in Taiwan, and like he was just like red faced, and I'm like, oh, I'm starting to feel a buzz. A little buzz.
Is his ass actually bare behind that cover, Phil?
Oh, it is.
I gotta do a Connell cover.
Like that.
I've wanted to do a die cut slipcase
that is
for
cool.
for a floppy. I wanted to do a floppy comic that's just literally in a slipcase of just 2 bits of card, and you can slip it out, and it's like flat color paper with the logo in it, die cut. But it seems like a lot of money for nothing. But
656 Comics did that same thing with like a die cut cover, and they even have done acetate covers that are printed things for like partially printed, and the rest of it is clear.
Yeah,
They've done some really interesting covers.
I know how to get clear plastic covers. I found a place that can do them. There's so much cool shit you can do.
I'm very tempted, but after the debacle of doing spot gloss, I'm like terrified of even doing that. But I love that kind of stuff.
That's like destiny deciding like Irene's path. Like she tried to do something slightly special once, got thoroughly burned. So like all the fiendish offerings are gonna be like, no, it's just nice normal covers. You know what I mean? She's like scared.
They're
of
very
doing
nice,
anything.
but they're normal. Like I want to do fancy shit, but I'm just like, you know what? The one time I tried to do something fancy, my book got held up for months, and it was mostly because of the paper shortage and the supply shortage. But it was fucking horrible.
This is the one.
God.
This is the one everyone remembers if you're a true comic book fan.
Oh, that is cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Wolverine's file, and this
Oh.
guy's little whatever her name is, Ishigo or whatever.
Yeah, I should do something
Yeah.
like that.
Yeah,
I
I
don't-
would love to do stuff like that. It'd be so cool. There's another. A lot of people probably in the chat would remember when X-Men used to do those crazy holographic cards that were glued to the covers. I have one in the dining room. I'll grab it really quick.
So I was doing research because I wanted the best foil covers. I know Camel's out there saying he has the most amazing foil. I devised a method of making triple foil, and it is possible, but only at high volumes, which sucks. And I really wanted to do like a fucking it's triple foil, but it's a long. It'll be a long way off, so I can't do triple. I can only double.
See, this is what I'm sticking with. Just nice matte lamination. This is serviceable. I was thinking if I want to venture back into spot gloss, like all of these, especially, well, not this one, but this is a permanent cover, and most of the permanent covers have the characters pretty separatable. So I was like, oh, I can make the characters gloss or something, but I don't know. I'm so fucking
Spot gloss on a book that you did. It seems like you would have an all black cover, but then the artwork would be the gloss. Do you know what I mean? The line art would be the gloss. It sounds like something you would do. You know what I mean? Like you're so goth, the cover itself is just black, and then the artwork is like...
Don't give me ideas. I did the campaign versions of the black and white cover Fiendish one had spot gloss on the title text. But yeah, it was such a pain to do.
No, it's in the other room. I don't have it on.
I don't know. What do you guys think? How should I fancy up Fiendish covers? And I'm gonna get a bunch of not serious suggestions, I know, but
what do you want to do?
Triple foil, high volume.
I'd rather go for good, like not fancy, but it's good. It's just really good. Don't go crazy. Oh yeah, here. Someone asked me to show off the reader in Global Comics, so here it is. Look it out. Check it out. Here's the panel-to-panel reader, so you can read it like this. It kind of highlights each panel. You can also read it like a normal comic spread, like a PDF, but I spent so much time actually cutting out every panel, and sometimes I have panel breaks. So I went in or I'd have like figures breaking across the panel, and not so much in book 1 and book 2. So book 2 and 2.5 already totally formatted. I just delay the release date. I have it set to release, in like 2 months. But yeah, I like went in and traced like speech bubbles. You'll see what I mean. But this is their immersive reader mode, and if you think this is cool, go check it out. Fiendish on Global Comics. Dun dun dun.
Nice.
I want to do a die cut cover where it's like a character's giant head or something, and then you pull the cover away, and behind it is like the cross section of the head with all its like half brain and skull and shit.
That'd be cool.
Like that.
If you do an embossed cover, Irene, I would suggest doing a more glossy cover so it shines and pops. Because I've seen some embossed covers that are on matte or soft touch laminate, and when you look at the emboss on it, if there's not enough contrast in the image, it just looks like it's flat, but you could feel it raised,
Oh, emboss. I was like UV because usually it's glossy.
No, yeah. It's just
embossing. Okay. I have this thing with Fiendish where everything is matte lamination because I think it fits the fantasy aesthetic more.
Yeah.
But I think I would make an exception to do embossing, maybe.
But if you do like that, you could keep it matte and then do a spot UV emboss thing, and it would look fine.
That would be
I've considered with embossing, because I have a 3D printer, you could essentially 3D print your own embossing press plates and actually kind of do the embossing yourself at home, potentially.
Oh my god, Jake.
Have fun with that.
It's so retarded.
I mean, you can, but it's honestly, this shit is a pain in the ass because I've talked to printers, like smaller printers that are like, can you do spot UV? And the issue is always you need proper machines for it because the issue is alignment. And spot UV costs more, not because the chemicals cost more, because there's so much ruin so many ruined covers because the alignment will be off, and then that cover is just ruined. So, well, if you could get the alignment down, then I'm sure you can in practice do it yourself. But like, if you're gonna do like 100 of those, like, I mean, it would. I'm sure.
Yeah, if it's small volume, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, like
Yeah.
you'd get it done properly. But if it's like doing a small amount, I just kind of think you could probably like 3D print your own thing. That'd be kind of crazy.
Yeah.
that would.
Are we in the second half now? Are we gonna at least use a video
Yeah,
for
we've
like
been-
2 seconds to signify it?
He doesn't have a video. We've been in the second half for like 5 minutes.
Okay.
I want to
Yeah,
his
yeah.
video.
I don't know
I'll
what
put my
video
OCD to bed.
I'm gonna drink the Jello shot.
Oh,
Should I can
nice. Do
share
it.
the cat video? Should I share the cat video just so we can
Sure.
be we?
Well, now
Jake's
it's too we
OCD.
missed the moment because it feels weird for my OCD to have the cat video play at 2 hours and 45 minutes. when it
Oh
could
yeah.
have played at 2 hours.
Okay, second half. There we go. Jello
That's it,
shot.
we're in the
Let's go.
second half.
Okay.
You might not want to share my screen because it's something you did, but I kind of wanted to talk about it.
We can, but I want to get a snack though, so I gotta go. But I want to see
Okay.
Rini do the Jello shot. Then I'm
Okay,
gonna get a
I'll do the
snack.
Jello shot. Hold on. Let me try to not make a mess. Because when I opened the last one, it was just like spilled all
Down
over.
that throat. Down that throat.
Hold on. Okay. It's very okay. Yay! All right. Yeah. Cheers, everybody.
Oh, fuck.
It's not moving. Am I supposed to?
Squeeze the
You gotta, like, put
motherfucker!
it
Squeeze
above
it
your
out,
head,
bitch!
Like pop.
I've only drank Jello shots like once.
Apply some pressure.
Aw.
Squeeze and suck at the same time. It's what you have to do. You have to put your lips around it, squeeze and suck.
Oh, it's mostly done.
Just make sure it doesn't go down the wrong pipe. Isn't it be caught?
Yeah, I'm trying, but Jake's making me laugh, so I almost died. There's still a little bit left. Cheers. Okay, let's just say that's finished. Whatever. I'll figure out the rest. There you go.
No,
Come
you
on!
should
It's not
definitely
coming out!
lick
It's
the
not
rest
coming
out
out!
of it on camera.
Well, I should definitely be like, eh.
No,
That would totally not be mean to hell and back.
definitely not. That's
Not working.
All right,
That,
I'll be
that
right
was
back.
already.
I know, like, God damn it! I was trying to not
Oh my
just like.
god, that was the.
No, I
I
was.
got deja vu. Is this happened before? Did you fucking do this
No.
before and do another embarrassing fucking Jello shot guzzling mo?
I'm taking myself off camera. 'cause
You're
you guys-
tipping your fucking head back, opening your mouth, and jiggling your hand around. And you were doing that
We've
in order to.
We've
trying to avoid-
established that I don't think about these things. I'm really bad at
But you did
catching
think-
these moments.
You did think about it. You were doing that in
Yeah,
order to
well-
avoid.
Yes, I thought of. Okay, hold on, Jake. My brain was like, if I just like, so there's a little bit of Jello at the bottom. If I just like stuck my tongue in it, it would be really sexual. So I'm gonna not do that, and instead I'm gonna do this other thing that still turned out really sexual. So it was a lose-lose situation. I
Way
tried to
easier
solve
to
a problem,
Photoshop. Way-
and I made it way worse. So welcome to my life. You're welcome, everyone. I'm here to entertain all of you.
You did it twice as well. You did.
I didn't realize what it was. I can't see the camera when I'm like. I'm just trying to
It's
drink
okay.
Jello shots, guys.
Well, look, while they're not here, you can talk about Fiendish. You got another round of fucking layouts done. I wanted to bring this up. I have come to learn that Rini is like the queen of the single page scene. I don't see other people do this that often, but you have like, it's almost like a creative exercise to be in and out, do a scene in a page, and have it actually be meaningful. And you do seem to do that quite a bit
Thank
in
you.
this book.
I'm super happy with the layouts for chapter 3. Jake went through and gave some great dialogue suggestions, so I'm gonna do
they're round on the dialogue, but I think the layouts are super close. And I've done like 5 iterations of this thing over like I've been doing these layouts since fucking October or something. But I swear I wish I could talk about it, but I can't. But like I'm so proud of what is in this chapter. It's so great. It's so great. There's like character stuff and there's a lot of action. There's tons of demon stuff because it's like chapter 1 and 2 was setting up the world, right? 1 was like kind of like a basic bitch. Okay, oh, monsters fight. Okay, cool. Chapter 2 was introduction to the characters and especially to the dev and to Yomi. And chapter 3, you'll start seeing all this stuff come together. So chapter 3 is all this stuff starting to come together. And chapter 4 is the payoff. Like the answers will be in chapter 4. Like 3 is the start of the answers because 3 and 4 was supposed to be one book. And 3 is like the start of the answer. You get halfway answered. And then 4 is like that brain meme in space. Like
no, you realize the true question at the end of 3. How about that?
You guys, I haven't revealed what the actual question of Fiendish is because it's so frustrating. I feel like it's like the way I've been pitching Fiendish is, well, they're searching for the truth behind this demon infestation. Cosmere had his family, his hometown was destroyed by demons. Cool. Like, okay, that's like the initial question, right? But the actual question of the story is way deeper. And because I wanted a mystery, I haven't revealed that yet. And I want, because I love mystery storytelling. I've had experiences of that real question being revealed slowly, and I like that hook. So I'm trying to do the same thing, and the real question will slowly come out. What I'm trying to do is I want to introduce the characters and make them matter, and I want people to care about who the characters are before getting into this is the real question, this is the plot. And 3 is where all that stuff comes together, who the characters are and also the actual question of the story. It all comes together, and I can't wait. I swear to God, like the story isn't even about what is in chapter 1. That's just an introduction. It's about something else. You guys are gonna love it. TC says aliens by chapter 5. I am trying to avoid that. Even that's an anime meme. That's an anime meme that everything is aliens.
It's not a real story if they don't end up going to the moon.
They go to different dimensions. Does that count?
No, it's not the moon.
Look at this. Guys, does anybody know if we could do this with today's technology? Look at this.
Glue a hologram card to the. You've got to be able to make those still.
Look at this.
Here,
let me see if I can turn this light on. I'll be able to easier to see it. Look how freaking awesome that is.
Does it? You know what would be even cooler if the art on the card was part of the cover, like it merged.
Oh, like the power bee was being set off, or a TV screen or something, or like someone was holding up a magnifying glass and it had.
Well, they did this on a bunch of X-Men covers at this time. I had a one that had Magneto on it as well. I just found this one at the comic shop. That a couple of them, but I heard that this is like, so this isn't what what's it called? This is not like a holographic card where it's multiple images that change, like Shane has those for his Inglourious Rex campaign.
It's not lenticular. It's an actual hologram.
Right, lenticular. It's not lenticular. I heard
an actual hologram.
This is like a model of the character that they would scan or take pictures of or mold or something, and then this is like layers of images that is put down because it doesn't really move. It just looks like it's from different, I don't know.
I see what you mean. It doesn't space. It's not like one image to another. It looks like the whole thing is seamless. It doesn't like snap,
right. And it's not really moving. It just looks like it exists in 3D space, and there's a background and midground and foreground.
Yeah, it's an actual hologram. It's like passports have those. It's an actual hologram. It's called a hologram, Phil.
Tell me. Bancroft is a special camera.
Just get a 3D model.
Cool. I'm sure we can do that.
Render it.
I can do that with the
chat. What?
Model.
Yeah, that would be cool. I've already mentioned this on my own streams. I have a Ragna model for chapter 3 coming.
It looks great.
It's a secret. You're not supposed to say that.
You
And
shouldn't say anything about it.
no, that's not a secret. I'm not gonna show it. Showing it is a secret, but it's whatever. I have a 3D model for Ragna coming, and I'm thinking. Okay, first of all, I'm already planning the chapter 3 campaign, even though it's months from now. And I think part of some of the stretch goals will be the higher funding the campaign goes, the bigger the boobs on the model will get. So, anyways, I can do like a lenticular thing with that. It looks really good, guys. It's already being modeled.
Camel's saying that it's a 3D hologram, not just a hologram. It's different.
Yeah. What if I hate China though, Camel?
I will find you a guy. I'll find you a guy. I know China too. Like I know people.
Guy. I would love to do that.
China.
Even if it's just like a trading card that looks like this old school 3D hologram. That would be so bonkers.
Actually, yeah, I mean, I don't mean to like continually pimp the factory that I use, but they're really good. I think they basically make everything except plushies. They make bags, they make folders, they make the same factory that made my standees are making my pins. Like this is all the same place, and they work with like
the link or whatever. To
yeah,
because
they do speak.
Too.
They do speak English. They have somebody there that speaks English. So I'll
wish Noel could share our screens. I found a hologram printing where like the guy is rotating it slightly, and like the image is actually rotating within the hologram a lot.
I bet holograms would fit into Carnal really well.
Fit into Hollow Fist if Hollow Fist there was a book eventually of that.
Yeah.
Hollow Buddies.
I have so many ideas for like so there's so much you can do with holograms, and I want to do something that's AR, like altered reality. I'm just like, it's too time consuming. The technology is actually not that hard, but I just need to find like a technical artist to help me a little bit with Unity. I want to integrate that kind of stuff into comics. Imagine how cool that would be. But the first step I started with is, so on the Fiendish website, the reader on the website has like extra content and creators notes popping out on the reader, so it's a little different than the global comics experience. And I'm like, someday I will integrate that into the physical book, so you can just have like an app or something, or somehow there will be extra content and holographic stuff in the comic. Like technology is going to keep improving, and I want to get to that point, because even if it's not like, it would really fit Hollow Fist, because Hollow Fist is a video game, so holograms and stuff popping out would really fit a video game. But even for fantasy, because I stat everything out in Pathfinder, like just extra creators notes or the stats for a character popping out as they're reading the comic, or especially with the Narsa, now that I've structured a book, so the further along on the story it is, the more Nanarsa is spoken. So you'll get like multiple pages where it's nothing but Nanarsa, and I'm worried that it's a little annoying, but I'm hoping to mitigate that by finding a way where people can just like, if it's digital, you can hover over it and the English translation will pop up, or there can be like a pop-up or like a guide on the side where the Nanarsa translations will be there. So anyways, like I want to figure all this stuff out. It's applicable to all kinds of storytelling.
Phil Camel says he's doing the holograms, so talk to him if you know who Camel is.
Yeah, I'll find out who Camel is. You guys remember Walden Books? This weird ass ad for Walden Books, the old bookstore that used to be.
You know, Irene. Oh no! Oh fuck! Okay, my headphones keep disconnecting because I keep putting too much smoke in the air, and I think it's affecting the radio waves to my wireless headset. And like when my lights
drowning in the smoke, yeah.
When my lights turn off, it's because of the fucking smoke machine. You don't even have to have like, oh, the Apple fucking lenses. Oh, we can get AR going on. You can kind of make it so that you can have a phone app. And that if they point the phone at the pages of the book, you could make stuff like that come up.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking of doing, and it's not hard. It's just there's some programming stuff.
There's probably out of the box Unity packages that probably do it too.
Yo, you remember that
I've looked into this. Like I can do it with a tiny bit of help. I don't have the time.
You guys remember that show Out of the Box?
No.
No.
Really? Out of the box.
You're
Out
speaking to
of
two
box.
foreigners.
Oh my god. Who remembers
Remember
out of the
that-
box in the chat?
Remember that show Round the Twist?
No.
Did you guys have Round the Twist in America? It's like an Australian fucking
No.
show.
Did you go?
Can I drink my other Jello shot?
Do it. Just don't. A little bit more discreet
I
this
will
time,
try
maybe.
to not. I'm just gonna turn on my camera.
That's
So
not
nobody
fun. No, that's not fun.
What happened last time?
She did exactly what she probably wouldn't want to do.
Jake was the one that was like, put your whole mouth around it and suck.
And then you did something
And I'm
worse.
like, yeah, because I was trying to avoid what you said. So look, I gracefully
it's my fucking
finished
fault.
that.
She's an idiot.
Look how gracefully I finished this one without
Well done.
being
You're getting
overtly
better at
weird at
singing
all.
every minute.
Mhm.
Bilson? Is this Bilson?
And then she did it anyway. And she just did
No, I was just. I'm gonna fucking fly to England and.
bring it. I'm gonna fly to England and drive on the wrong side of the road and die.
No. I'll drive on the wrong side of the road, make it to your house after causing 5 traffic accidents and throw Jello shots at you.
And I'll be like,
'Cause that's really threatening.
all the crashed cars around you, like, don't worry, she's Asian.
I don't
Yeah.
think it. SDA. I don't think it's Jaylee. I figured it was Bilson. Bilson Kevich.
Bilson. Get it?
Oh, yeah, it's Bilson Kevich.
No.
I was right.
I didn't know people referred to as Bilson.
My brother and I do.
Phil's going to be on a desert island one day with a Bilson cabbage face drawn on a beach ball. He's going to shout, Bilson!
We're driven in England. Henry Vima says he's driven in England. What are up with all the roundabouts? I actually like roundabouts. In Atlanta,
they're
they've
efficient.
been building more roundabouts, and look at that man ass.
That
Right.
ass.
Okay, they've been building more roundabouts. I'm like, I like it. It's I think it's more efficient than traffic lights, honestly.
Well, yeah, if
It's
you're
that
not fucking
roundabouts are a
stuck,
European
if
thing,
you're not
right?
stuck on one of the roads that like everyone keeps going and there's never a gap, so you're fucking stuck for ages.
That's true.
No, they're
There's
great.
like one
Jake-
roundabout that I drive past every day, and it's like,
Yes.
are they gonna go? Or whatever.
Yes, Fillion.
You should do a funny connect the dots.
Okay, if I have a free page in this book, I'll do a connect the dots.
Is the connect the dots the logo?
Okay, yeah, great. Yes, if I can, if I end up having space in the preview book, I'll do a Connell connect the dots. That's a great.
That's great.
I know exactly. I can also do a middle finger with it.
Yeah, that'd be hilarious.
Nice.
It's the Witcher bath stop but with a middle finger transformation.
That's awesome. I can steal that for Fiendish, but I will do something that's not
Nina's
a
face.
blue dick. No. I mean, I guess that would be fine.
The most
Because I want.
a rune. You would have a bunch of runes and be like, oh, I'm tracing the runes. I drew a triangle.
No, that's boring. That's the rune stuff is me indulging in my own shit. Like nobody else is interested. It would listen. I would make sure you're entertained as a reader. You would be tracing Ragnar's boobs or something. Okay.
Ah, yes, you didn't even have to say.
I
it.
know.
Yeah, that'd be-
Ragnar's
I know what to
tits
do.
connect the dots. That's great.
Yeah, and it'll be like some crazy shot where it's just like all kinds of wild gravity and they're pointing in different directions, and it'll be a connected dots.
You could have them exposed boobs because you're not actually printing them. You just printed a bunch of dots.
Correct.
Look at that ass.
Got a
Very
lot of man ass
muscular.
in these books, Phil.
No,
Yeah,
this
that's
is the one
very
This
man.
is the one he's turned into a woman.
You put in the
That
ass
does
in
not
Diaz.
look like a woman.
Well, he's kind of half like he's like it's very
He's like a half.
progressive.
That's a great way of
half.
So progressive.
Yeah, he's halfway through his hormone treatments.
This
He's
is
he's like getting there.
Oh my god.
this is when Lobo dies and then goes to heaven.
He's
and
breathing in.
he's kicked out of heaven, and then he goes to hell, and then hell reincarnates him as a woman.
Reincarnates.
Progressive.
Very progressive.
So progressive. Who knew Lobo was a progressive comic?
Who knew Lobo was a massive... Where's the bleep button? Does this still work? Does this work?
Yeah.
Yes.
Who knew Lobo was a massive...
This dude just punching this guy head off.
Oh, he's putting his hand on guys' heads.
Awesome.
Is he just naked the whole book? Like, I'm not seeing any clothes.
Well, he's
Why bother drawing clothes?
Everyone's like,
you know.
everyone that goes to heaven is naked. I think he gets a little leaf to cover his junk.
Oh, classic.
Cool.
Oh, leave it alone. Leave it out, mate. That's a joke I put in Connell. Leave it to me if you're too scared. I hope we don't get splinters on a tree gina. I was so proud of that line.
Nice.
So good. This is turned into an old show and tell stream.
Yeah.
I would show more stuff, but I can't because everything I'm working on is secret.
Here you go. He gets reincarnated as this like chick with giant fucking muscular arms and a weird.
Oh,
butt.
I can show something because
Weird.
Bancroft tweeted today, and it made me feel inspired to share a panel that I drew today. I'm share my screen. I drew this panel today.
Splat.
Nice.
Get it? It's a block splat.
Block splat.
Ha 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 ha.
Come on, that's fucking good. What block is blue orc? So it's a blue orc splat.
At least you make yourself laugh.
I
There
did.
should be a rule. If you have to explain your own jokes, then I don't know if they're good.
No, no. The joke is that it has to be explained. Doesn't matter. I was thinking of a crossover today between Hollow Fist and Connell because Connell has blue orcs called blocks, and Hollow Fist has black slime called Blime. And I was imagining the characters hanging out, and Connell goes, "Ha! It's a good job we don't have Bloom and Blocks." That wouldn't go over well.
Oh, now I want to show off pages too. You're tempting me.
Do it then, coward.
I'll show off. Fuck you. We're gonna be lured. I'm not gonna show off anything now. You won't emotionally
McFly, you
manipulate
a
me.
chicken McFly?
Yeah, that doesn't work on me. I don't give a fuck. Call me
Don't show
coward
it.
if you want. Fuck yourself.
Don't give in
Yeah,
to
I'm not gonna
evil.
show anything. Look, chat. Jake just sabotaged you. I was gonna show a page. I'm not going to.
She's lying.
play
She's
into
bullshitting you all.
This
She's using me as an
emotional
excuse.
manipulation. Here's the thing: people think that you can emotionally manipulate someone. Some of us just don't give a shit.
Oh, I was really threading the needle on that manipulation right there, wasn't I? I was really expertly
You were
tweaking
not.
the dials there.
You really were not.
Using me
At
as
all.
an excuse.
Tomorrow morning, Jake's gonna be like, "Sorry guys, I got so drunk. I hope I wasn't too rude."
I think I'm being good. I think I'm being good today. I was 2 bottles of wine last time.
I thought you were fine last time. I don't remember. This
I
time
think
you're
I'm-
fine. too.
Bancroft said he has no problem share all of my pages. He did. He just flipped through the whole fucking book. That's fine. Like, listen, it's kind of incentive. Like, if the book's been out for 6 months and you haven't read it, like, you can't complain about spoilers. It's been out for 6 months. Like, I
There
make
were-
comics to be read.
Yeah.
In
I
Bancroft's
know.
defense, because I make fun of him for this too, because it's just fun to see him squirm. He did avoid showing pages he considered to be important. He didn't actually show
He
everything.
did. He did. Yeah, I know. But I need to riff on him, of course. It was a good review and he was positive, so I'm happy. That makes sense for everything. Ooh, that's a good face. That's
Frankenstein.
Frankenstein. Nice.
He's got walls of
Very
busy
nice.
art.
Mhm.
Phil, do you put these things away? I like showing stuff off too, but they end up in piles around my desk.
Yeah,
I
I
don't-
literally. Can
Here, I'll
you
show
guys
you what I
even
have.
s-
I still have all the pieces books over here with
Hold
I think
on.
this is the one with the woman who fucks the horse.
Yeah.
Man,
You guys see? Hold on. Here's my other workstation behind me. You see that pile of? Those are piles of comics that I just got
That's
into
still
crowdfunding.
neat. That's still neat. You should see my fucking
I'm
living
never
room
going
all
to.
over the sofa.
This is my crafting, wood burning table behind me. There's a bunch of Gemini boxes, and those are my piles of comics that I haven't read. It's a giant mess.
So here's my
Irene.
girlfriend got me these cool like little, I don't know,
Here's
I
my
guess they're book holders, but keep that all neat. And then I got bookshelf
Everything is a
on
mess.
here, and then this is a fake gun, and then books on here that I haven't read yet, and then also books over here on this table, and then books in here. But
This is a different spot than you normally stream from, Phil. I think, or no?
This is new spot.
This is my setup here. Like, look at you guys.
Irene, show people a page or something, because I actually don't want to ruin it for people. If you were actually going to show, you're not going to just use me as an excuse. Let them see.
No.
Oh. Fucking tried. Sorry, guys.
Look, here's a page of Fiendish 2. Wow.
Yes, I guess she isn't that excited about all the work she's been doing.
I am excited, but I also don't want to spoil anything. So
Let's look more.
Speaking of work people have been doing, I'm sharing something now.
Oh yeah, you want to look at that?
This looks fucking sick. This looks so good, man.
Yes, thanks.
That
This
was
is
great.
Percival. That was just a coloring test.
Is that Percival?
Yeah, I'm trying to do it. At first, it might be black and white, and then I might try and like do color also. But trying to do
those
manga.
colors. Yeah, those colors are great. That looks great.
The colors sell the actual physicality of the scene that you created. I remember early on, you had people feeding back of like, I don't understand the stairs in this scene in particular. Adding all these colors made the space a lot more understandable. You know that it's like curving around like that central altar thing.
The
It works great.
contrast.
The colors really are
Yeah.
fantastic. It would be great if the whole book looked like this, man.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, thanks.
Are those panel borders traditional, or did you draw them in afterwards digitally?
They're digital. Traditional, I think, is just like a black line. I didn't do gutters.
Yeah, it looks
TC
great.
says is blaming me for killing a character. Who knows if they'll really die? You have to buy the preview book to see which of the block females dies.
Yeah, you totally didn't hear any spoilers. You don't know what's really gonna happen until the book comes
Yeah,
out.
you have to get the book and see if I
Yeah, you
came
have
to
Totally.
to pressure or not.
The board.
That's right.
My favorite.
It's
my
great. It
favorite-
feels. Go ahead.
My favorite panel is the water, because the way you colored the ripple really does sell the ripple.
Oh yeah, that's awesome. That worked a lot.
Nice. Yeah, I sold the original art for this page pretty fast too.
Damn.
It was Dang. You guys know Dang on Twitter? He's a nerd. He likes my art.
Yeah.
Dang, that artist.
Yeah.
How much
he's
do you
the
sell
guy.
it for?
My dog wants to.
160 maybe.
Fucking steal.
Yeah, that's a steal, dude. I like how European comicsy this feels, which kind of fits the whole Arthurian meme, or Arthurian theme, I should say.
Yeah. I've sort of been exploring more of this traditional stuff with the idea of doing a few projects this style. And then part of that is like in hopes of maybe like that may or may not lead to eventually being in a position to possibly work in either mainstream or like for Mark Miller or something like that.
Hell yeah, do it!
You have your faster
Rad.
style of books you can get out quicker, and then you have books that probably take a bit longer, like this one, that you can chip away at the meantime, right?
Yeah, I usually work on more than one project at once, and like if I do this black and white like manga style, then it is comparable to my other books. So I think I might do that first, and then just like the color version would be like, yeah, like later or something. I'm not sure, but because it is funny. It is like a lot of work on. I mean, honestly, to color it and draw it.
Mm-hmm.
If it was all I was doing, or if it like was a smash hit that made a ton of money, then I could pivot. But maybe I should test it. I don't know. I'm always paranoid about that. I'm like, if I just make one adjustment, then it'll be a smash hit, and then I'd be like, oh, I should have been doing this the last 10 years. Why did I wait 10 years to try this?
It takes the 10 years to figure that out, though.
Yeah.
That's true. Yeah.
You can't. In like working on Holofist, I would say you can't front load all the pain. Like you can't just figure it all out ahead of time and then do the perfect fucking run. You have to like live out the pain of developing and iterating it and figuring it out. And some people will.
That's true.
Some people will just fucking agonize forever, thinking that I need to figure it all out first, then I'll be perfect, and they never fucking do anything.
Yeah.
Yup. I know people like
The dog's
that.
back.
Hello, doggo. I can't even see your doggo, but welcome back. But yeah, that's true. That's like the whole idea of overnight successes. There are very few people that are actually overnight successes. It's
That's
like tangential, but I mean, I'm feeling exactly. I'm feeling this shit so much recently where, dude, like I've been doing comics for I was just looking back at how many years have I been doing conventions? I've been doing conventions since I was 17. And I'm an old fuck. I've been doing cons for 17 years, guys.
Ew.
And I've been doing comics since I was 14? And it took this long. And a lot of people didn't know me until Fiendish or Marvel or whatever, but there's a lot of work that comes before that. And all the people that are actual, overnight wonders or whatever, they have been at it for a long time, and it's opportunity and also initiative. Whatever Jake said. Jake, what did you say? That I forgot.
It's preparation meets opportunity. If the opportunity comes along and you don't have the preparation, you can't take advantage of the opportunity.
Yes. So you have to, and kind of, I don't know. I've been thinking about how, oh my God, Fiendish 3, I know Fiendish 2 is better than Fiendish 1, and I'm glad a lot of people have also kindly said the same thing. Fiendish 3 is another level up, and part of me is like, I want to go back and redraw my first book, but I'm not going to, because it's almost that evolution that makes it worth it. You're not going to figure it out right away. And there's sometimes some people are just more lucky. They have more guidance starting out. They have you have more of a template. You can watch what other people do, or you have better mentors, but not all of us do. And what's important, sometimes you just have to fucking do it and get the book out and figure it out as you go. That's fine. You have to settle with not being perfect.
TC says this page is the stream now.
I'm fine with that. This is a great page. I like this more refined style or more detailed style that I don't see Narwhal doing a lot.
Well, it's really the traditional, drawn it traditionally and scanned it in, so it looks fucking great. It has all the detail, the detail of the material itself that adds in. That if you did it digitally, it'll look like digital.
Yeah, I enjoy it, and it's not terribly much longer, at least the drawing part. But yeah, I don't know. I still defend my other style too. I like it. But,
but you can digital pencils and then physically ink without having to go through the process of collaging it all together like you have been.
Brilliant idea. Digital pencils. Everybody should do that.
Yeah, Irene definitely invented that idea. Just like the idea of a preview book. No one did it before Irene. I'm so glad you're letting me copy your idea of doing a preview book, Irene.
Wait. This has been the stream of Jake putting words into my mouth because I never said I invented it. I'm just proud of what I have accomplished. So
just a bit of gaslighting humor.
You just a lot of gaslighting.
Just a little bit.
A lot of it.
Just a couple.
Just a little bit. Just a little bit.
What?
It's my weekly dose of gaslighting.
No one else is primed for it.
Hold on.
I am very primed for it. I've been dealing
Hey.
with it for months.
Share this
You're an easy
Narwhal.
target.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll share this.
Oh yeah.
So we got 2 more
Another backer.
backers. I'm gonna do a
Yeah.
little refresh here.
Ooh, someone picked up
Oh.
a dose of Zane's.
570. 570
It's-
backers.
It
We got 3
crossed.
backers tonight,
Nice.
guys. Thank you so much. If you guys are in
Yeah,
the chat, I
That's
assume
the
you are.
Narwhal Nuge.
Dude, this is the biggest nuge I've gotten from Narwhal in a long time.
Yeah.
And it feels great. You know what I'm saying?
Your nuge is so big it makes me want a little nuge for myself.
Yeah. Having self nuge tonight. Go back all these
I want to
campaigns. Thank
nuge
you guys so much.
myself.
These are going to fulfill soon.
Hey, check out
Yes.
Damn, look at that.
Meme.
Who's
Small
put it
minds
into?
discuss people. Average minds
What is
discuss events.
happening?
Why is
What-
it
Mine
what is
discuss-
Napoleon Black? What's
It's
happening?
OJ. It's OJ.
Oh yeah.
Oh my god.
What did he say? Did he say, "What up, Twitter world? What up, Twitter world?" What did he say?
Yeah.
His morning greeting that
Right.
Narwhal would wake up to one of his videos and say, "Oh, it's OJ again. Time
Yeah.
to start my day.
He might say like,
Stop.
"Hey, my people." He goes, "Hey, my people."
What up, Twitter world? Start my day with a nice glass of OJ Simpson. That is. He put bull.
I like how nerdy Narwhal looks. This is like nerd wizard archetype right here.
Yeah, it's hilarious.
Yeah. A lot of my presentation today is about abortions.
Jesus.
It's not wrong.
Yeah.
And there's me again.
The whole
We're
thing
only
was
processing like 1% of the data we're taking in. I'm holding a giant banana. 50th ornate contrast.
Oh, he's gonna-
Yeah.
I'm triggered.
They're the
Yeah.
words of conjuration.
This is amazing. Yeah.
Conjugate? Isn't that like barking? You weren't even drunk when you said that.
Perfect segue.
That's consummate.
Right.
I
Yeah,
thought it was because hold on. So when you're in prison, you get conjugal visit, so that's why I thought conjugate meant boinking.
Yeah,
Point.
that's a good point. That's funny. Conjugal and consummate. Because people say you consummate the marriage, that means blanket.
I'm looking this shit up. I swear. Swear.
If you conjugate a marriage, so you're just planning it.
Conjugate is like something that you do with grammar. I forget. You conjugate your verbs, but I forget what that means.
Joined together, especially in pairs, coupled. So I'm sure it can also it can mean multiple things, guys.
Yeah,
To
well, that
conjugate
sounds like
is
boinking.
combining two things.
Yeah.
Yeah, like
Maybe it
a
is
conjugation.
boinking.
Remember conjugations from Schoolhouse Rock?
Then what does
Yeah.
consummate actually mean in the definition?
Yeah, so can you conjugate so for right how a lot of verbs are conjugated in Spanish like
So I make conjugal nouns. A block is a conjugal noun.
yeah, they're boinking
Yes.
nouns.
I'm thinking of conjunction.
That's
I'm
when
just
you're
gonna
out. You
call
get
everything
That's when you get like
boinking.
pink eye, right?
No, it's conjunction.
What?
Phil, here's your quote. real fast.
Conjunctivitis.
Yeah, this is
This
good.
week-
It's because asses mimic large breasts. That creates contrast and impact.
And you're holding your Val Kilmer guy.
Yeah, there's the pin. That's perfect. He's kicked out of heaven, and then hell turns him into a woman. Yeah.
This is like a fever dream out of
Fever
context.
dream.
Oh, Mike Coon's in the corner. Mike Coon's coming to life.
Mike
Hold on, scroll
Coon?
down.
That's pretty.
Yeah.
there
Oh,
he
look, Mike Coon is in the corner. Oh, and my plushies are in the other corner. I'm so
Yeah,
happy. Oh, look, Alex just.
This is books.
The
Pictures of
pile-
That's my.
Is that a-
Look, there's my.
Books.
Is
That's
that
my
a yeah?
Ryobi
Irene,
pool.
what is this shape? This
Personal
looks kinda-
massage?
That's my Ryobi. Jesus Christ, you fucking assholes. Hold on. Okay. Screen share me, you assholes. This is what it is. You fucking pricks.
Oh my
Yeah.
god, she needs a heavy duty one to get going. That's worse.
Fuck you. Hold on. Okay. All right, hold on. Hey.
Send that
this
thing
is-
right up.
Ow. Hold on. So here's an actual tip for working on
Just the tip.
pyrography. For pyrography, this is. I'm gonna fly to England and bash you over the head with this tool. So if you're doing wood burning, you can. This is never gonna end. You can use this as an eraser. So any of these sanding tools, use a fine sander, and this is effectively an eraser for when you're doing wood burning and you make a mistake. So that's what this is for.
Nice.
Think of it as you will.
You should rip that off in your microphone more. Bancroft will love that.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that. Really? Would he love it? I'm gonna do that right now.
The sound of ripping, detaching glue.
Is that
There we
nice?
go.
You like that?
Oh,
Does everybody
yeah.
enjoy that?
That's that ass smear. I think Phil viscerally offended by ASMR.
Did that offend you? I don't know what it sounds like on your end, so I have no idea. Doggy!
Oh, there's
Glue in a cartoon ripping off.
Hey,
A person who got squished to the ground being peeled off the ground. That's what it sounds like.
Who is the purple
Wait.
guy at the top of the
We
menu?
didn't read all the text bubbles.
Yeah, here.
Yeah, because I really wanted to
My
show us
desk-
his boys.
I
You
have
wanna
a
show
standing
her
desk.
Hitachi one.
Who is that?
Look at this
What the
guy.
fuck is that?
We don't talk about him.
We don't need to talk about that. We don't need to talk
It's a
about that.
ball.
We don't need to talk about that. We don't need
That's
to talk
the
about
new
that.
moon. That's what 4G is.
That's the full moon. Oh my god. There needs to be a really actually there needs I just thought of a better
That demon's
That-
so cool.
it's kind of a punchline. The punchline is now gonna be better.
Full coup.
yes.
Good job.
That's the
I'm glad you had everything.
one that's the 1 liter bottle of Jägermeister that I used to have. I have a fucking epoxy. Where is this?
It's the gout
7 liters.
Alex said it's a gout crystal demon. Yes, that's great.
Who's the the guy at the top. I'm here to curse you with crippled face, you fat bastard. Oh no, it's the gout demon. Please, I've been so good. I've hardly drank any milk, and I haven't even had my favorite frozen pizza. Yes, but you've been drinking lots of Red Bulls, you fat piece of shit. Oh, fine. Just let me have another week. I really need to get through this week. Yes, go and take 7 ibuprofen, you obese retard.
Nice.
Seven
was my speech?
ibuprofens.
Jake,
might
read
have a
your
problem.
quotes here too. These are funny.
Condoms are against humanity, less so than like an abortion, but you know,
Red leather, yellow leather.
Condoms.
Koji Condom, composer for Nintendo.
He said
Cozy
condoms.
Condom, a Johnny, a rubber,
Oh, God.
a sheath.
Oh.
You know something kind of funny? His face. This is good Photoshop work because the proportions are very like they actually fit really nice. Like here is like not the best fit. Like it looks a little bit slapped on, which is funny. But it's very natural here. It's like it looks very realistic proportions.
Yeah, I'd naturally have a massive fucking cranium. What was my other speech people say? You have to squeeze and suck at the same time. Don't ask how I know. Yeah, I never squeezed and
You have a lot of
sucked. I did.
practice.
I don't think I
did
was
them
there.
different.
No, you weren't, and you're glad you weren't.
Yeah, I'm glad.
Poignant.
Yeah, Bancroft says a dinga. That's what the Aussies call
So what is
a
this?
cozy condo.
Oh, this is the gout crystal demon. That's
Yeah,
hilarious.
it's pretty amazing.
Yeah.
That's
love
great.
Go
Good job,
on,
AI.
I dare you to drink milk with your protein shake, you fucking idiot.
What is the quote? What's the quote here? The quote here? Oh yeah, it's
It's a good-
Irene's quote about women.
So you have to read it in OJ voice. So whoever wants to get cancelled.
Remember when I read that that Thor guy?
We're all
Oh, the
Yeah.
Thor comic, right? The super,
Everyone had a hand
Thor
in that.
comic in the ghetto.
That was so
Yeah,
good.
we all were equally canceled that episode,
Yeah,
so it was
classic.
fine.
small minds discuss people, average minds discuss events, great minds discuss ideas. I don't know how OJ that was, but what up, Twitter world? Small minds
I don't know
discuss
how he
people.
talked.
It's not how OJ sounds.
I'm OJ
Did he-
Simpson and I didn't kill nobody. Someone said earlier that O.J. Simpson writing the book, If I Did It, is the definition of committing to the bit.
Yeah, that's true.
It's not wrong.
What up, Twitter world? That's how he spoke. He sounded like he had a really lot of heft behind his throat.
I'm like Shaq.
So he just had a
Wait,
just had
they're
a black
different
accent.
people?
That's how he talked.
Did Shaq say what up, Twitter world? And I'm confused. Wait a minute. O.J. Simpson.
You can
What
share
up?
this. No. Probably not full screen though. Probably bring our cameras back in.
How do I do that? Shit.
Doggy.
Conjunction, junction, what's your function?
I like how you full screened it when you said nothing.
Conjunction, junction, how's that?
This is why you Americans are so retarded.
I mean, we are retarded, but I don't know what this has to
If
do
you
with anything.
So this is about
Something it's
breaking, is
got
what
to
you're
be a
saying?
convoluted song, dude.
Phil,
Oh,
you're saying this is about
What is
breaking this whole time?
yeah, this is what we were talking about.
All I'm hearing is boinky, 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 boinky,
Oh, this is
boinky.
conjunction. Different word. Anyways, Schoolhouse Rock is amazing.
Boinky,
Nice.
boinky, 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 boinky.
Boink, 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 boink.
We all know what kind of blinky she means.
Boinky, like this. Boink, 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 boink.
Shiba, Shiba, Shiba.
This is so cute. I love it.
Oh no!
I'm gonna have a
it's
whole
funny.
giant pile of Shibas and Corgi plushies.
All
I'm
right.
gonna be so happy.
Well, yeah. Why do you have multiple? Why do you? Shouldn't you just have one? I don't get the.
People gifted them to me.
But they're the same though.
No, I have one. One of this one, and the others are different.
Which one has an embroidered
I'll be
X
the
where its
judge.
asshole is?
Be the judge if they're different.
Yeah, see, this is the reversible one. That's like, whoop, and it becomes angry, happy, angry.
It has more like cat ears though. It looks like a cat or a fox.
Kind of, but the markings are like, and it has a little nubby tail, so it's a corgi. And here's the more realistic. This one is like corgi size too. It's very huggable.
Don't you just get a
Is this
corgi?
one? I probably should. I feel like I'm doing everything except just get a fucking pet because I clearly really want a pet. And here's the round one that's super adorable. Look how he's just a giant like ball. So cute. He has a
Can't-
tail.
You can't go to conventions at the drop of a hat and travel halfway across the world for like a month if you have pets, Phil.
Yeah.
Exactly. I'm like, I want.
You should get
doggo,
an
but I
in-living
travel.
person that takes care of your pet. So when you leave, you can take care of it.
Yeah, that's never gonna happen. You're talking about something like a boyfriend. That's not something that happens in my life.
My dog is scaring himself. Don't get scared of that.
Yeah, you just need corgi plushes instead.
Yeah, I just got corgi plushes that I can leave and just not take care of for a month while I'm in Taiwan. I go back to Taiwan for like a month every year. Okay. I need to travel.
Just bring the dog. No, just get 2 dogs. Leave one in Taiwan.
Yeah, one of the dogs can look after the other dog. That's how it works.
It's not how it works.
All right,
Just get a new one when you come back, and it didn't really make it.
you guys want me to read
No.
X-Men out loud for you?
It's fucking horrible.
Sure.
All right. Gentleman's name is Magneto, a man the new X-Men have fought once before in their brief careers. He beat them hands down. I am a man of my word, mutants. I swore I would destroy you, and I shall.
Nice.
What's this from?
This might help if you showed the page.
Oh, okay.
Cool.
I'll show the page then. That was this Magneto here.
Oh.
Yeah, the visual really helps. You not sound insane.
A little bit.
There he is. All right, we'll scroll down here. Bull, you only won last time, Buckethead, because Cyclops turned chicken and made us run. I couldn't see what that made.
And they turned these into movies, you say?
Yeah, man, these are classic comic books. You ever read a comic book, Jake? That's what I thought.
Not one of those.
Damn. Listen, Simpsons comics are comics too, Phil.
Back off, Wolverine. That's an order. If Magneto goads us into an attack, we're as good as dead.
Did Cyclops say that?
Yeah, Cyclops
Nice.
said that.
I could tell. I wasn't even looking at the screen.
Yeah, that's right. You're that already, my friend. But why not give your little madman his moment of glory? He could use a lesson in manners. And this is inside of Cyclops' head. He's toying with us. What kind of peace has he got? Everyone outside, on the double. Nightcrawler, scout ahead. And then Nightcrawler bamps away.
Nice.
And then he's German, so I have to do a German accent when I say Nightcrawler's voice.
Dein Stick!
On my way, Cyclops. Is that German?
Yeah, that's
Yippee! If you want to be German, it's go yippee vippy, and then you can speak German.
That sounds
Jake
so.
Just
ruined
like
German
switch your
accents
W's
in
and
two different
V's.
ways.
Yippee vippy, sha, oh sha. There's like two kinds of German.
You
There's
just
the
sound
two
really
Germans.
effeminate and switch your
Yeah.
V's and W's.
There's the oh yeah, put it in slowly kind of German, and then there's I'm going to fucking kill you all, you see tiny
Cyclops.
bug people.
Oh, beast is here.
That's more Russian.
Very confused.
Look, it says
Yeah.
Ach 9.
Schwarzenegger.
Ach 9. And then we got Storm here, and she's from Africa, right? Cyclops.
Somewhere
That
in Africa.
scream. It's
I hear the
Nightcrawler.
rains down in Africa.
You should do an African accent. That'll go over well.
I did.
Storms.
I dare you.
I'm afraid.
Yeah, let's put up BBC Pigeon and start reading all the articles.
What is going on here?
I really like how the trailing off blocks of text really synergize with what's happening in the panel. You can really see why these comics became such a successful media franchise.
Selling very well. They sold great.
I like when they don't have room in the panel, so then the bubbles cross the panel. That's my favorite part.
Oh, like here?
Yeah, that's really
not-
good.
No, that's fine. I don't see a problem with that.
Fine, Jake.
What does annoy me about a lot of older American comics is they tend to have the speech bubble just like right up against the panel borders. Like I do that sometimes, but I try to avoid it. When it happens all the time, it's a little hard to read. But yeah, no, these are good layouts, dude.
Yeah.
Are they?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jake. They're not British layouts. They're not British.
It's not as high-minded as the Simpsons comics you grew up reading, Jake. Oh, we're
Those
sorry.
have the worst layouts. The Simpsons comics have the most fucking bollocks layouts. It's sad.
Well, that's what you're holding up as a,
I
But
definitely
as
am not
long as they
holding up
don't-
them as the
as
best,
long as they don't have
good
text
layout.
across panel borders. Okay. Fight!
What's
Say you
Lieber?
cheering yourself on to fight.
Yes.
Fight that I'm in.
Do what I
Fight that I'm
want.
in.
Does anybody know what
do what I
Lieber
want.
Gott means? Does that mean oh my god?
Lieber Gott. It's more German.
I know
I
that.
think.
You know
Liebe
what it means?
I think it's like
isn't
go away.
Whatever you say.
lovely got. Doesn't Liebe mean love or something?
Gott in Himmel.
Thank God. I'd probably thank
means
God, right?
Yeah.
You.
Thank God.
Does anybody know that? Thank God.
I liebe dich or something like that.
Lieber
I love
dies
you.
nuts. Lieber dies
I need more to
Liebe
drink.
dies
I'll
nuts.
be right back. I think that's thank God.
Gott und
Oh,
Milch?
Bancroft is
Yeah, it's
is a
dear.
German expert.
It's dear God.
Dika Titan? That's right, Marumi. That's the only German I know.
Geht
Why
gut
would
in
Get-
Nightcrawler take the Lord's name in vain?
He's a Catholic.
What does Bancroft say? Das ist Wort und Dutsch, das ich gelernt Wagen Potato.
Mashed potato.
Dicken Titten. Wait, is that actually dick tits?
Deacon Titan.
Dicken Titten. Dicke Titten.
So what's happened here is
Big
they
tits.
were in some sort of
Comic.
wagon, and then Magneto now is them flying above the Earth in the wagon with his powers.
What are the rounded speech bubbles of rounded panel board? Is that a flashback?
Yes, it is, and I feel like I should start doing that.
A recounting.
Yeah, it's flashback basically, for sure. I feel like I should start doing that, but I didn't do that before, so now if I
Yeah, you want consistency within your own.
Mm-hmm.
I've wanted to use that for like
Start next.
information, like someone on a screen or someone on like a hologram thing. I don't know.
What did you say that you like that they do that you want to do?
Rounded panel borders. in
Yeah,
the corners.
so in all these X-Men comics, the rounded panel borders are flashbacks.
Oh, damn.
Or yeah, a recounting. But look at all this narration.
Yeah.
A lot of it.
Is this Claremont? Or?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. This is I don't know what issue. Issue 112.
Wonder if I'm gonna get cancer for the smoke machine.
Canceled?
Cancer. The other type of being cancelled, where you're no longer alive.
Yeah, your life canceled. I don't know. Yeah, it's probably not great for you, huh?
Cool though. Just like smoking.
Right. Yeah, but you don't smoke.
So trade. I wish I did. I hate it. It's horrible.
What time is it?
Wish I enjoyed smoking. It makes me anxious. Vape pens do the same. I can't believe we nearly made it to 4 hours effortlessly.
4 hours.
Well,
Yes, nearly.
What a
yeah,
waste of
all it took
time.
was like a fifth of Jaeger, but yeah. Other than that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is pretty effortless, huh? Henry Bemis, Claremont was always loquacious. Isn't that the
I don't know that
loquacious?
word.
I don't know what that
So is that the
word
name of a Latino prostitute?
Yeah, I think I knew a loquacious from the inner city, but it worked.
The loquacious oblongata, the part of the brain that arouses you.
Jake, TC says you can only get gout or cancer, but you can't get both. So
Oh man, I'm a shoo-in.
That's crazy. That's cool.
It's definitely true as well.
it's pseudoscience.
We gotta get cancer to stop. Wait, no, we gotta get gout to stop us getting cancer. But I wanted to get cancer to stop me from getting gout. Oh, I can't decide. Maybe for half of my life I'll get gout to avoid the cancer, and then when the gout gets too much, I'll get cancer to counteract the gout.
You sound like fucking Renegade Angel Xavier.
I'm going normal. My magnificent life prize.
Dude,
Well, I
you're-
can show these holograms. I know we're really engaged in Phil's.
No, I'm just saying Xavier's mansion. Xavier Renegade Angel.
Oh. Look,
Oh
they
my
made a
God.
hologram way. It's like he's actually rotating in it.
What the hell?
It's like amplifying the rotation.
That's crazy. Can we do this?
Buzz, buzz, buzz. Like to the
Wait, is it possible that it's now even better than it ever used to be?
This is it's like a
Volume?
big chunk of glass. I think this guy's doing something,
Oh, F this guy.
I don't think this is you glue
I don't
this to
want
the
gla-
front
I
of
don't
your
have
fucking
glass.
comic. But
I don't have glass.
it's like etched glass thing going
oh my
on.
god, what is this? I'm going back to reading.
Help! Help! You wouldn't believe what she does to me when the camera's off.
Nice.
That's what it.
Excuse me?
I didn't say anything
Not
rude.
abuse my plushies.
It's theater of the mind.
What?
I love my plushies.
That's
Wait,
what
I
you
don't
do. Fucking.
translate what that means. Theater of the mind. I feel like Jake's saying like, my mind wanders and I can't be held
That is-
accountable for what I say.
That is not what theater of the mind means. Theater of the mind is a RPG term where you don't have the actual occurrences on the game board.
When they can't be asked to make a map.
You're just improving. Or it's not a battle scene, so you don't need a map. It's just social interactions.
The first
it's-
time we did theater of the mind, I was so fucking confused because I'm like, why is the stuff not happening on the map? And I couldn't deal with it.
Wait, does that mean it's like pointless or what is it? Is it...
No, so in and this is what I think is so much fun about tabletop games, where it's not just like battle, you fight stuff on a map. It's a whole story. So in between battles, there's a lot of character interaction. So you could be just going about town, like stocking up on supplies, and you don't really need a map necessarily for those situations. It's just a DM narrating. So this town is like full of cobblestone roads, and there's a low mist hanging, and it's just the dawn is just cracking, and like really immersively putting you into the scene and everything. And you choose a source to go to. And that's all theater of the mind because you're not actually seeing it on a game board. You're just improvising with everybody else on the team.
And you do a really good role play, and you're like, man, I can't wait to see how much XP I earned from this role play. And then your XP will get updated, and you get fucking nothing. And you're like, I made like 5 really good fucking jokes in character. Clearly, I should get like 100 XP per good joke.
Hey, I agree because our DM does give XP points for roleplay points for XP, but he rolls for them. So it's like, oh, you made one good joke. I'll give you XP, and then he rolls dice on how much XP up. It's okay, we love you, Nick.
So I probably did do well.
You did do well.
I love my retarded chaotic goblin character. I think someone said they offered him food, and he was like grateful, and he bent down and like ate a clump of dirt out of the ground as if he thought the ground was what was being offered as food.
Well done.
What else?
Yeah.
There's like a lizard who had like a tiny lizard for a wife, and then he was like, I can't believe these people marry their pets. Like, just because she was tiny.
Suspicious. We have a very weird team.
And then it was like, people in town might run from you because you're a tiny evil goblin thing. And he's like, well, what you need to do is get a rope and tie it around my neck and then like pretend I'm some kind of pet. And it's like, Gorbald, I don't know how many pets like wear full armor and carry around a talking axe, talking fucking giant hammer. He's like, whoa, you don't have to punch holes in all of my plans.
He has a posh British accent too.
What are you guys talking
That's
about?
not posh.
We're talking. I don't know. I'm American. Any accent that's not your weird Australian thing or fucking like chav talk is like posh.
Pathfinder Englishman days.
So we're talking about Pathfinder nerd stuff.
That was a rhetorical question.
What are you guys talking about?
Yes.
Episode 50, we did it.
It was a good one. Well done.
We'll go 5
Plenty
more minutes.
of innuendo. Plenty of
innuendo. That's what.
Honestly, it was really good flow. I like the it was like one brilliant slideshow with a lot of subjects to go off of, and we did a really good show. It was really good flow, and then full of innuendos and shenanigans. Well done. Well done, my friend.
Yeah, it's a good microcosm of what the show's become in 1 year. We've gotten pretty comfortable with what we're doing a little bit.
Yeah.
And they have.
Can finally rest on our laurels.
Yeah, now we can just never do another show. No, I would be sad.
Oh,
Oh,
that would suck.
We're gonna continue. Here's to another 50. I'm gonna open another beer because clearly I have no self.
Here's to another 50.
I'm not even drunk yet. I don't know what's wrong with me.
50.
Here's
I
another 50.
definitely fucking am.
Cheers. This is Angry Orchard Rosé. I've never seen this before. It's like red and pinky. Isn't it nice?
But what you also haven't noticed is you're sitting in urine, Irene.
This is the color
That's
of
why you're
it.
not drunk.
What?
You're just going right through them.
Oh!
This?
Yeah.
In one and out the other.
This looks like urine? It's red.
No, I'm saying you're sitting in urine. You haven't noticed that you've been urinating throughout this whole stream.
If that was your urine, I would
That
be
would be
very worried.
that would be very, very special indeed, because I am not sitting, in fact. I am standing.
I would respect your industriousness
That's
of not doing
mind-blowing.
it, though.
I have a standing desk.
So do I.
I know,
Yay.
because I'm not a fucking...
You don't stand?
No, hardly.
You stay stationary all the time?
Mhm. If I had a standing desk, though, I'd charge my hoverboard up more. I'd love to stand at my fucking standing desk on top of my hoverboard and just keep going whoop, 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 back and forwards.
I have had this standing desk, and I've just been sitting because I got this like chair that is really high. Look, my little doggy is on the chair. But I'm actually trying to stand more so I don't become a fatso. There you go.
Be calm. One person signed up for my thing. Whoever did it, you're wonderful, and thank you very much.
Oh yeah.
ConnellComic.com, BlueDickAxe.com.
I'm
Doing
doing
preview
deadlifts
books
tomorrow,
soon.
Jake.
Huh?
Sign up for Fiendish, everybody.
Doing
Dun, dun,
deadlifts.
Have you found the body to lift? Found
What
the
does that
dead.
mean?
You have to lift a dead person, right?
Oh my god.
Pseudo-science.
That's why. Otherwise, why does it have that name? Phil,
You kill
You trying to
yourself when you.
you trying to say I've been killing people for no reason?
Yeah.
The first one was free, but then I got really into it.
Uh-huh.
Oh god.
We all get one, remember?
Yeah, but I've had way more than one at this point. I've been doing deadlifts for a while. That's a lot of dead bodies.
Well, that's unfortunate.
It's not
Everyone being
good.
allotted one kill is funny. I swear that.
That's actually pretty good. I wonder
Yeah,
if that would make the world a better place. It's like mutually shared destruction. Right? I bet most people would not use it. It might
Well, that's
not
what I
actually make a difference. It might actually make people just nicer because you'd want to save your one kill for like, oh, the one person who really fucks with me. But because everybody knows that if I fuck with someone, it might be like no legal consequences. This could be the end. They might just not fuck with people as much. So
Yeah.
how would that really turn out, right?
Other end of the question, a
enforce
guy goes around killing shitloads of people thinking, if they catch me for one of them, I get away with it. They'll only find out
Yeah,
about one of
there-
them. You know what I mean?
There will always
Oh,
be
yeah.
like, but the psychos will always be able to logicalize them into still killing. Like you still have serial killers, of course, right?
So it's
And-
all about
and you
turning the
can
non-killers into killers.
Yep.
Well, you could have. I think you would have. You would probably just exaggerate the spectrum of human behavior. So you would have normal people would probably be nicer to each other because you know there's that threat. It's like, well, an armed society is a polite society. I think it's honestly a similar logic behind it. But
Hey,
the
in
psychos
America,
will
you
have
do get a free kill. You get free kills if you get more than one. If it's self-defense, you get to kill as many people as you want, right?
No, Jake. It's fucked up that you guys don't get self-defense. Like,
I
who the
know.
fuck builds a country where you can like fucking break into someone's house and then like, oh, that's not self-defense. You have to like just be nice to them and retreat. No, self-defense is
You have to
good.
make them. You have to
Kill
make them
America!
if someone breaks into your house, have the tea and biscuits ready.
No,
Have Radio
No.
4 on medium volume.
you be a
That'd be
motherfucker.
metaphor.
Your country is the one that's broken.
I wasn't
I wonder
saying
how
it's
that
a
would
broken system. I was merely declaring that our idea is already in full force in the good old US of A.
It would be that would be a really interesting comic to explore, a story to explore, because you would have it would probably heighten both people being nice, but also the psychos. And what if you had a criminal that went around stealing people's identities, and it wasn't to scam people for the information, but
To get the
people
free
more
kills.
in? Yeah.
Sounds like it should be a manga that takes place in Japan where they can't kill people.
Oh yeah, in Japan you can't get away with shit. You can't even defend yourself. It's
So it'd
dumb.
be like really fucked. You'd have like an old guy's like 82 and he's like, I still have my bullet in the barrel. Oh no, it'd be like, I still have my bullet in the barrel. They've got to get the accent.
Yeah, what if everybody is just like a spike of really elderly people that are like, I need to get my one kill in. This person has fucked with me for like 30 years and they're still around. Ah!
There's a guy like a fucking old Japanese guy that's in his fucking deathbed. He's like, bring me my son. Here is a man you must track down and bring him to my hospital bed so I can use my kill on that bastard.
Yeah,
like he
and
gets his son to bring him to him.
How enforced is it? Because it's like if you participate in the kill, but this is your father's one kill, and you participate by bringing the guy to him. Well, is that okay? Because you're legally allowed that. Yeah. This is fascinating.
It would be a lot of revenge killing, I think, like a chain reaction. So like a brother, if a brother dies, his brother would just be like, "Yeah, the guy who killed my brother, he needs to go."
It probably would, yeah. But then on the flip side, I wonder what's the balance. You would have to explore all facets of this. Like you have a certain chain of events where people just run away with revenge killing, and then other chain of events where people are disincentivized to be assholes because they know they can be legally killed.
Yeah. That's funny.
Oh, a guy walking around being a cunt to everyone because he's like, I still have my kill. If you like, he's being a dickhead because he has his kill left. If someone wants to start on him in reciprocity or whatever, in reciprocation, reprisal.
Bancroft says some guy was getting attacked by an intruder. I assume this is in Australia, and he fought back with the knife and is now facing charges. That is fucked up. Honestly, I mean, I look at, I know we gaze upon Japan like Japan is the promised land, and I know they're yes, the gays. And I mean, I love that they have technology and a high-speed rail, and it's really nice in Japan. But even in Europe, like looking at their self-defense laws, that's what scares me away from moving there permanently, because this is serious shit. If you just fight back against an intruder, you get persecuted? Like, that's dumb. Am I supposed to let myself get attacked? What kind of countries are these?
Who needs self-defense when you have high-speed rail?
No! I would rather be able to legally defend myself and my family than have a high-speed rail. I love high-speed rail.
The high-speed rail. And then there'll be nothing left of the person.
These are my priorities.
I need to defend myself as long as I can get to work on time. The high-speed rail.
Okay, I'm gonna end the stream in a second here, I think.
All right, guys.
Literally 1 second. All right, everybody. Thanks for joining.
I'll be streaming tomorrow.
A few more seconds. We got to make it 4 hours. Yeah, Phil show tomorrow.
I'll be on.
Yeah.
We're doing.
Yeah, sorry. Say your outros and stuff.
Diaz Brothers tomorrow. Diaz Brothers tomorrow at the same time as every Friday. It's 7:30 Eastern time. My brother won't be there because he's got his convention he'll be at this weekend. But I'll have a special guest co-host tomorrow, and we're going to talk about stuff.
Who could it be?
Yeah, who could it be? Secret special guest co-host, surprise guest tomorrow. Brandon might call in from the convention. I'm not sure.
Brandon on the Space Ghost screen?
He might. I mean, he's done that in past years when he's out of town.
Cray.
But it's loud at those conventions, so the connection's not really great. But yeah, stay tuned.
All right.
Nice.
And I will be streaming Sunday. I have work planned for it. I'll be working on my Phenomenova cover because Vaughn is launching in like a week, and I really need to get this cover done.
Oh my God.
So we're going to do a show, and I'm going to be working on that cover. So join me on Sunday and hang out and draw and watch me finish a cover, and it'll be fun.
Nice. What about you, Jake?
I have no planned streams.
So yeah,
I want. Oh, okay.
The end.
I've got a Lego fucking piranha plant from Mario that my wife's boyfriend got me for Easter, so I could do that on a stream.
I don't think that's the type of thing you should volunteer on a public platform.
That's the only thing. That's the only people that buy Lego for each other. It's always the wife's boyfriend. They buy you Lego. They buy you Nintendo Switches.
I buy Lego for myself, Jake. I don't think I
Ever
have a
since-
wife's boyfriend.
Ever since he's moved in, there's been spending a lot of time together.
I feel like we
I'm-
should end this stream.
I feel like he's just trying to get rid of me. Well,
No, we want to help you, not embarrass yourself.
Let's do a stream.
he's buying me
just
toy. He
of
taps
what
me
you're
on the
talking
shoulder and
about.
says, "Hey, "Okay, champ." Like whenever I then just
1 minute left. 1 minute left.
Join.
go to 4. Exactly.
Jake will be streaming Saturday night or after Phil's stream, whenever he chooses, talking about his wife's boyfriend. Join him for that stream to find out more.
Yeah.
What is going on?
Yeah. And for me, I got nothing other than selling Grand Prix. So buy it if you don't mind.
There you go.
30 seconds.
Get the
Gibbs,
nudge
just
in at the
push
last
button,
minute.
Narnar. I know. Now we're waiting like 20 seconds. It's kind of awkward. We're gonna wait.
It's
Wait,
20
you can play- do you- I think you have one of the outro videos at least, right?
Oh yeah, I can do that.
yeah, dig it.
Blah, blah, blah.